The sudden, blinding flash of cameras assaulted Claire Bennett the very moment. She stepped through the revolving doors and into the opulent marble lobby of the Waldorf Grand. Every single lens in the room seemed to find her simultaneously, freezing her in a relentless storm of flashing lights and whispered scandal. "That's her," someone murmured from the edge of the velvet rope. The voice, carrying easily over the ambient hum of the gala. The wife he left while she was pregnant. A part of her, the fragile piece that still remembered the warmth of her old life, wanted to turn around and vanish into the freezing New York night. Instead, she took a deep, steadying breath and straightened her back. The soft, elegant satin of her navy blue dress tightened gracefully over her small but undeniably visible baby bump. Tonight wasn't about petty revenge. It was about pure survival. She had made a solemn promise to herself that she would walk into this charity gala, the exact same high-profile event her husband had once hosted, with her by his side without breaking. Across the expansive ballroom, a wave of charismatic laughter erupted, cutting through the classical music playing in the background. Claire's breath caught in her throat. There he was, Logan Pierce. Her husband, well, her ex-husband now. The man who had callously walked out 3 months ago, leaving her in there massive penthouse with nothing but a half-packed suitcase and a forged signature on a property transfer document that stripped her of everything they had built. And standing right next to him, sparkling like a polished diamond on display, was Madison Cole, her former best friend. This was the same Madison who used to braid Claire's hair before college parties, who had cried on her shoulder after devastating breakups, and who had sworn, with tears in her eyes, that she would never do anything to hurt her. Now, she was draped in a breathtaking silver silk gown, standing hand in hand with Claire's husband, wearing the triumphant, self-satisfied smile of a woman who knew she had won the ultimate prize. Claire's pulse thudded violently in her ears, a rhythmic drumbeat of anxiety and disbelief. The reporters circled closer, like sharks sensing blood in the water. Across the room, Madison leaned into Logan, whispering something intimately into his ear before glancing directly at Claire. Madison's perfectly painted lips curved into the faintest, most cruel smirk imaginable. Yet, surprisingly, it wasn't blind rage that Claire felt washing over her in that moment. It was clarity. It was a cold, sharp, unforgiving understanding that the people she had built her entire world around were never truly hers to begin with. Then, from directly behind her, a voice spoke low, calm, and unexpectedly grounding. "You shouldn't let them see you shake." Claire turned sharply. A tall man in a tailored black suit stood casually by the champagne bar. His eyes were steady, analyzing the room with calculated intelligence, and his face was strikingly familiar. It was Ethan Rowe. He was the brilliant corporate lawyer who had once worked for Logan's tech company before abruptly and mysteriously resigning a year ago. He held her gaze for a moment that felt just a fraction too long. a look that was entirely too knowing. "Mr. Rowe," she managed to say, her voice trembling slightly, genuinely surprised. He even remembered who she was amidst the sea of socialites. "Ethan," he corrected her softly, his tone completely devoid of the pity she was so used to receiving. "You look much stronger than the last time I saw you." "The last time you saw me," she replied, a bitter edge slipping into her voice. "My husband was actively introducing his mistress to the board as my permanent replacement." Ethan didn't flinch or look away with uncomfortable sympathy. "And yet, here you are. You showed up tonight anyway. That's real power, Claire. Don't waste it." Before she could formulate a reply to his cryptic encouragement, the master of ceremonies' booming voice echoed through the grand ballroom. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed guests of honor, Logan Pierce and Madison Cole." The applause roared through the room like a sudden clap of thunder. Claire's hands trembled as she gripped her satin clutch until her knuckles turned white. The cameras pivoted away from her, turning their relentless flashing toward the grand staircase. Logan smiled brilliantly for the crowd, flashing that exact same charming, boyish grin that had once melted Claire's heart and made her believe in happily ever after. But as he descended the stairs, his eyes scanned the crowd and unexpectedly locked onto hers across the room. For just a fraction of a second, his perfect smile faltered. Ethan leaned in close, the scent of cedar and cold winter air clinging to his suit, his voice dropping to a near whisper. He doesn't know it yet, but tonight is going to change absolutely everything. Claire blinked, her heart pounding against her ribs. In that fleeting moment, looking at the intense determination in Ethan's eyes, she suddenly realized that he wasn't standing at this gala by mere chance. He had been waiting for this exact night. And somehow, for reasons she didn't yet understand, she was a critical part of his plan. Long before betrayal had a name, and long before obscene amounts of money and tabloid headlines had completely replaced the warmth and laughter in her life, there had been love. Real, dizzying, reckless, consume your entire soul kind of love. Claire Bennett used to firmly believe that kind of love could conquer absolutely anything. She used to believe in him. 5 years ago, Logan Pierce wasn't a polished, untouchable tech millionaire. He was just a passionate dreamer with perpetually messy hair and coffee-stained button-down shirts, desperately trying to build a startup from the cramped living room of his tiny Brooklyn apartment. She had met him entirely by accident, literally. He had been rushing out of a downtown cafe, completely absorbed in his phone, and had spilled a scorching hot espresso directly onto her open sketchbook. He had been mortified, immediately offering to buy her a brand new sketchbook and a replacement coffee. That apology had seamlessly transitioned into them sitting at a corner table for 2 hours. He talked endlessly about algorithms, market disruption, and his boundless ambition until her replacement latte turned ice cold. Claire found herself inexorably drawn to him, not just for his undeniable charm, but for his insatiable hunger. He truly believed he was destined for greatness, and with his infectious energy, he made her believe it. 2. Their love story had unfolded like a beautiful cinematic montage. There were late-night takeout boxes scattered on the floor, brainstorming business ideas, with brightly colored post-it notes covering every inch of their apartment walls. They spent countless nights laughing until dawn simply because they couldn't afford real furniture and had to sleep on a mattress on the floor. When his very first app surprisingly went viral, crashing the servers with unexpected traffic, they celebrated by drinking dollar store champagne out of plastic cups and sharing a passionate kiss that felt like a promise of forever. Madison Cole entered the picture exactly a year later. She was Claire's best friend from college, the kind of breathtakingly beautiful woman who effortlessly drew every single eye in the room without even trying. Madison was loud and unapologetic where Claire was quiet and observant. She was daring and reckless, where Claire was careful and measured. Naturally, the three of them became completely inseparable. Or, at least, that's what Claire thought. As the startup grew, Madison seamlessly integrated herself into the business, becoming the unofficial public face of Logan's rapidly expanding company. She possessed a terrifyingly effective charm, knew absolutely everyone in the media world, and personally helped land his first massive angel investor. But as the months bled into years, the lines of their partnership began to dangerously blur. Claire started to notice the subtle shifts. She noticed the way Madison laughed, just a little too long, and a little too loudly, at Logan's mediocre jokes. She noticed the way Madison's manicured hand would casually brush against his arm, lingering in conversations that felt entirely too intimate for a professional setting. Whenever Claire brought up her growing unease, Logan would expertly brush it off with a patronizing smile. "Don't be so paranoid, babe. She's just helping me. She's helping us." And Claire desperately wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that blind ambition and physical temptation could peacefully coexist without destroying the beautiful foundation they had built from scratch. When Logan finally proposed, he did it in the most perfectly Logan way imaginable. He took her to the rooftop of their very first official office building, with the dazzling city lights burning brightly below them like a carpet of stars. He presented her with a simple, elegant gold ring. "You and me, Claire," he had whispered, pulling her into an embrace. "We'll build an empire." And they did. Within 2 short years, Logan's tech company exploded into the national market, dominating the industry. Money, obscene luxury, relentless media attention, absolutely everything they had once dreamed of in that tiny Brooklyn apartment came true. But with massive success came a vast, unbridgeable distance. The late nights working at the office gradually became early mornings where she woke up without him beside her. Claire would groggily wake to the faint, lingering scent of expensive perfume on his coat that definitely wasn't hers, or discover faint, coral-colored lipstick smudges on the rim of the wrong crystal glass in the kitchen. Still, she desperately lied to herself, rationalizing that it was just the stress of the impending IPO, the sheer exhaustion of running an empire. She told herself it was anything but betrayal. Then came the pregnancy. The morning she found out, her heart had practically burst with joy. She had run all the way to his downtown office, physically trembling with excitement, holding the plastic test in her purse like a sacred secret that was simply too big to contain. But when she burst unannounced through his heavy oak doors, the joy evaporated instantly. Madison was already there. She was standing entirely too close to him behind his desk, laughing too easily, her hand resting intimately on his shoulder. Logan had quickly stepped back, smiling distractedly at his wife, and brusquely told Claire they would have to talk later because they were in the middle of a crisis. He never did talk to her. In the agonizing weeks that followed, things changed with terrifying speed. His voice grew noticeably colder. His patience grew razor-thin. He eventually started sleeping in the guest room, citing his erratic schedule. The final night, he walked out. He didn't even have the decency to look back at her crying on the couch. There was no grand explanation, no tearful apology. There was just a short, typed note left on the marble kitchen counter, accompanied by a cashier's check large enough to make his lingering guilt disappear. Now, standing in that glittering, suffocating ballroom months later, Claire could still vividly remember the sweet, messy boy who had spilled coffee on her sketches. She could still remember the profound conviction of believing they were totally unstoppable. But she knew with absolute certainty that the boy was dead and gone, permanently buried beneath thousands of dollars of designer suits and the suffocating stench of Madison's perfume. As she lifted her champagne glass, pretending to take a sip, she caught Ethan watching her again from across the room. His expression wasn't one of pity. It was something else entirely. It was a look of intense anticipation, as if he knew there was so much more to come. And in that brief, silent flicker of connection, Claire realized that the story of her tragic marriage wasn't over. It was just about to take a much darker turn. Looking back, Claire realized that the warning signs had always been there, hiding in plain sight. They were quiet, polished lies skillfully dressed up as genuine concern. But profound love makes even the smartest, most observant women completely blind, and she had been hopelessly, desperately in love. The betrayal had begun with subtle, calculated maneuvers. Madison would frequently stop by their sprawling apartment unannounced, claiming she just wanted to check on her. She would bring expensive bottles of wine that Claire obviously couldn't drink once she found out she was pregnant. She'd smoothly offer to help manage Logan's increasingly chaotic schedule, claiming she wanted to lighten Claire's domestic load. At first, it genuinely felt like kindness. Madison had always been the charismatic one, the effortless social butterfly who made elite networking look like a casual hobby. But soon, her suffocating presence began to feel like a hostile takeover. She started answering Logan's personal phone when Claire called the office. She boldly began referring to the tech company in interviews as our project. And when Claire finally found the courage to confront her about boundaries, Madison only offered a condescending, sickly sweet smile. Relax, babe. You're just hormonal right now. Logan and I just work incredibly well together. Honestly, you should be deeply grateful someone's out there watching his back in the Shark Tank. That particular sentence stuck in Claire's mind like a toxic splinter. Watching his back for what? From whom? One evening, as Logan hastily prepared for yet another mysterious business dinner, Claire noticed a new, distinct cologne lingering heavily on his tailored shirt, something musky, expensive, and entirely unfamiliar. She reached out to adjust his collar, half teasing, half trembling with unspoken dread. You're really going all out to impress these new investors, huh? He didn't even bother to meet her eyes in the mirror. He just swatted her hand away. I'm just trying to keep this entire company afloat, Claire. Not everyone gets the luxury of staying home all day to decorate the nursery. Those cruel words hit her significantly harder than any physical slap ever could. It wasn't just marital contempt, it was total, utter dismissal. The exact same man who had once passionately celebrated her artistic creativity and begged her to sketch his initial wireframes now viewed her as nothing more than useless furniture taking up space in his pristine home. Days agonizingly turned into weeks. Logan grew infinitely more distant, completely consumed by his new life, while Madison's flawless face suddenly appeared absolutely everywhere. They were photographed together at exclusive company events, featured on glossy magazine covers, and plastered across social media posts. Every single tech article prominently mentioned her name right beside his, dubbing them the Pierce Innovations power duo. Claire spent her nights sitting alone in the dark, scrolling obsessively through the devastating headlines, the harsh blue light from her phone's screen illuminating the silent, tears streaming down her face. One particular night, completely unable to sleep and driven half-mad by suspicion, she grabbed her keys and drove through a torrential downpour to Logan's downtown office. The city was hauntingly silent, completely soaked in freezing rain. She parked her car directly across the street and stared up at the towering glass monolith. Her stomach violently twisted into knots when she saw the top floor. The lights were flickering, casting long shadows against the glass. There, silhouetted against the city skyline, were two figures. They were close, far too close. Logan and Madison. Claire's pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out the sound of the rain hitting her windshield as she watched Madison's hand slide essentially along Logan's chest, his head bending down toward hers in an unmistakable embrace. Every instinct in her body screamed for her to throw open the car door, to storm up to the executive suite and completely shatter the pristine glass walls that hid their filthy betrayal. But she didn't. She was completely paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of her heartbreak. Instead, she slowly turned the car engine back on and drove aimlessly through the boroughs until dawn broke, feeling entirely numb, hollowed out, and utterly empty. The very next morning, Logan walked into the kitchen acting as if absolutely nothing had happened. He casually kissed the top of her forehead before grabbing his briefcase to leave for work, his tone practiced and mechanical. You should rest more today. Stress really isn't good for the baby. The sheer audacity of his hypocrisy almost made her burst into hysterical laughter. Almost. By the time she reached her 3rd month of pregnancy, she had essentially become a ghost, entirely invisible within the walls of her own home. The phone barely hung, and on the rare occasions when it did, it was usually Madison's clipped, professional voice on the other end, acting as the ultimate gatekeeper. Logan's entirely too busy for trivial home matters right now. Claire, please, don't take it personally. But the delicate illusion of her marriage didn't truly, permanently shatter. Until the dreary afternoon, she was looking for a misplaced tax document and found a thick, hidden envelope shoved into the false bottom of his home office desk drawer. Inside were a series of highly complex, legally binding asset transfer papers. They were fully notarized and officially dated. Her name was there on the bottom line, scrolled in flawlessly neat cursive, legally transferring her entire half of their shared marital assets, properties, and company shares to Logan Pierce alone. The only problem was she had never signed them. Her blood turned to absolute ice in her veins. The forged signature was an absolute masterpiece. It was an imitation so precise, so incredibly detailed, that it could only have been executed by someone who had intimately studied her handwriting for years. Madison. Claire dropped the heavy stack of papers onto the floor as if they had suddenly caught fire. That night, when Logan finally arrived home smelling of scotch and rain, she confronted him in the foyer. The papers were clutched tightly in her shaking hand. "You forged my name," she whispered, her voice shaking so badly she could barely form the words. "You took everything. How could you?" He didn't flinch. He didn't apologize. He just looked at her with eyes completely devoid of warmth or remorse. "You were slowing me down, Claire. You've become a liability. You'll get a very generous settlement. Take the money and just go." She stood absolutely frozen in the entryway, one trembling hand moving instinctively to rest protectively over her pregnant belly. And in that terrifying moment, as a massive clap of thunder rolled outside their sprawling, glass-walled mansion, Claire knew the absolute truth. The sweet, ambitious man she had fallen in love with had died a long time before that night. And the naive, trusting woman he had just callously left behind was about to be violently reborn. The night Claire had originally found out she was pregnant should have been written in the stars as one of the happiest moments of her entire existence. Instead, in retrospect, it was the exact night the foundation of her world began to actively collapse. She vividly remembered holding the little white plastic test in her trembling hands in the master bathroom, staring in sheer disbelief at the too faint pink lines like they were a divine miracle. For several weeks prior, she had been violently sick every single morning and bone-tired every night. She had simply attributed it to the overwhelming stress of her life, the heavy emotional toll of living quietly in the ever-expanding echo of her husband's massive ambition. But when those two distinct lines magically appeared, something dead inside her heart suddenly bloomed back to life. It was a fragile, desperate spark of hope. That maybe, just maybe, this innocent new life could magically bridge the growing chasm between them and bring them back to the way they used to be. She waited anxiously for him that entire evening. She had dressed carefully in the soft cream cashmere sweater he had once lovingly said made her look like home. She had prepared his favorite dinner from scratch. Expensive candles flickered romantically on the dining table. The glittering city lights spilled beautifully through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the hardwood floor in pools of liquid gold. But Logan didn't come home at 6. He didn't come home at 8. He finally stumbled through the front door just past midnight, his expensive silk tie hanging loose around his neck, his breath heavy and sharp with the smell of aged whiskey. Claire's hopeful heart instantly sank like a stone at the sight of the distinct smudge of lipstick on his crisp white collar. It was Madison's signature shade. She recognized the color instantly, a deep, bold crimson that Claire, with her fair features, could never manage to pull off. "I made dinner," she said softly, desperately trying to steady the violent tremor in her voice. He barely even glanced at the beautifully set table, waving his hand dismissively in the air. "I already ate. I had a really long, grueling meeting." "Is that what we're calling her now? A meeting?" Claire whispered, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Logan froze halfway across the living room. The casual drunkenness instantly vanished from his posture. "What the hell did you just say?" She swallowed hard, forcing herself to maintain eye contact. "I know everything. Logan, I've seen you. I saw you and Madison at the office. Please, just don't lie to me anymore." His strong jaw clenched visibly. For a fleeting, microscopic moment, she thought she actually saw genuine guilt flicker in the depths of his eyes. But it vanished as quickly as a blown-out match. "You're imagining things again," he deflected, his tone dripping with gaslighting condescension. "You've been under a lot of stress lately. You're being hysterical. I'm pregnant." The two heavy words hung suspended in the air between them, incredibly fragile. and highly electric. For an excruciating heartbeat, absolute silence completely filled the massive room. Then, Logan laughed. It wasn't a joyful sound. It was a dry, hollow, utterly humorless sound that chilled her to the bone. And you actually think that's going to miraculously fix anything between us? Hot tears completely blurred her vision, spilling over her lashes. I thought it might finally remind you of exactly who we were. He walked over to the crystal decanter and casually poured himself another heavy drink, completely ignoring the heartbreaking tremor in her voice. Who we were doesn't exist anymore, Claire. You simply don't fit into this new life. Not the way Madison does. Something deep and fundamental inside her soul completely broke at the sound of her best friend's name on his lips. She's my best friend, she choked out, wrapping her arms around herself. How could you? How could both of you possibly do this to me? Logan downed his whiskey in one aggressive gulp, his tone turning incredibly sharp and devastatingly cruel. Because she actually understands the reality of the business. She understands the ruthless world I have to live in. You never did. You were great for the early days, Claire. You were perfect for pretending. We were just a sweet, normal, struggling couple. But I've evolved. I've moved on. The guttural sound of pure anguish that escaped Claire's throat didn't even sound human. You're casually throwing away your entire family for a PR image? He forcefully set the heavy crystal glass down on the marble counter, his expression completely icy and detached. You'll get a massive settlement. You'll get the place in the Hamptons. You'll be absolutely fine. Just sign the damn papers when my lawyer sends them over tomorrow. The conversation effectively ended right there. There was absolutely nothing left to say. Words were useless against a man who no longer had a soul. Later that exact night, while he slept off the alcohol, Claire silently packed a single, small suitcase. As she quietly walked down the hall to leave, she passed by the spare room, the room she had joyfully just begun to mentally decorate as a nursery. She paused in the doorway, her shaking hand coming to rest protectively on her stomach. Right at that moment, the baby kicked. It was a faint butterfly flutter that made her gasp out loud in the dark. It was in that precise moment of new life that she truly realized she absolutely couldn't stay. Not in this toxic house. Not with this monstrous man. She left incredibly quietly, stepping out of the lobby and into the freezing, relentless New York rain. The bitter winter wind howled aggressively through the empty concrete canyons of the city streets as thunder cracked violently above her head. She had absolutely no idea where she was going, only the primal instinct that she desperately needed to keep putting one foot in front of the other. Hours later, wandering aimlessly through the slick, dark streets, her physical strength finally gave out. The pain hit her body like a jagged knife, sharp, agonizing, sudden, and completely merciless. She violently doubled over on the wet sidewalk of Fifth Avenue, desperately, clutching her stomach as the entire world began to spin wildly out of control. Rain plastered her hair to her face. Through her fading vision, she saw a pair of bright headlights abruptly cut through the darkness. She heard the loud, terrifying screech of brakes coming to a sudden halt. A tall figure jumped out of the car and rushed frantically toward her. His voice sounded distant, as if echoing from the end of a long tunnel. But it was deeply urgent. Hey! Hey! Stay with me. Claire. It was Ethan Rowe. And as her vision completely faded to black, the very last thing she saw was his face leaning over her in the pouring rain, incredibly calm, fiercely determined, and surprisingly gentle before the darkness completely swallowed her whole. When Claire finally fluttered her eyes open, the entire world was blindingly white and eerily silent. The faint, rhythmic hum of medical machinery echoed softly around her, and the harsh, sterile smell of hospital antiseptic instantly filled her nose. For a terrifying, disorienting moment, she absolutely didn't remember where she was. She only felt a massive, cold weight of primal fear pressing heavily against her chest. Then, the memories came violently rushing back like a flood. The argument, the freezing rain, the excruciating pain, the headlights. Her hand shot down to her stomach in absolute panic, terror surging through every vein. But then she felt it. Movement. A faint, steady, reassuring flutter. Directly beneath her trembling palm, hot tears of immense relief filled her eyes. The baby was still there. They were alive. "You're finally awake," a deep, smooth voice said from the corner of the room. She turned her head weakly. Ethan Rowe stood casually leaning against the doorway. His usually impeccable gray designer suit was heavily rumpled. His silk tie was completely loosened around his neck, and a steaming paper cup of coffee was clutched in his hand. His usual courtroom sharpness was entirely gone, replaced with something much softer, much more human. Concern. "You completely passed out in the dead center of Fifth Avenue in a rainstorm," he said gently, stepping further into the room. "You're incredibly lucky I happened to be leaving a late-night settlement meeting nearby." "You saved me," she whispered, her throat dry and scratchy. He shrugged slightly, downplaying his role. "I just called the ambulance and kept the rain off you. You did the absolute hard part by holding on." A friendly nurse entered the room just then, checking the monitors and recording her vitals with a warm, reassuring smile. "You and the baby are perfectly stable for now, Mrs. Pierce. But you absolutely need bed rest. This level of physical and emotional stress is incredibly dangerous at this crucial stage of pregnancy." Claire nodded weakly, hearing the formal title Mrs. Pierce verbally stung her like a physical slap. She honestly wasn't sure if she even had the legal or moral right to use that name anymore. After the nurse finished her checks and quietly left the room, Ethan moved a chair closer to her bed and sat down. Does Logan know you're here? Claire let out a harsh, bitter laugh that ended in a cough. Logan absolutely doesn't care if I live or die. He made that incredibly clear tonight. Ethan hesitated, his jaw tightening slightly. I know exactly what he did to you, Claire. Actually, I know a lot more than you probably think I do. She frowned, confusion cutting through her exhaustion. What exactly do you mean by that? He didn't answer verbally. Instead, he reached down into his leather briefcase, resting on the floor, and pulled out a thick, heavy manila folder, sliding it carefully onto a rolling bedside table. Not tonight. You desperately need to physically recover first. But when you are mentally ready, open that folder. It will clearly explain why you are absolutely not the only person in this city he has brutally betrayed. Before she could press him for more answers, the attending doctor entered the room to discuss her charts, and Ethan respectfully and quietly stepped out into the hall. That entire night, Claire lay wide awake in the hospital bed, staring blankly at the acoustic tiles on the ceiling, the steady, rhythmic beeping of her heart. Monitor should have lulled her to sleep, but her racing thoughts were anything but calm. The mysterious manila folder sat completely unopened on the table, right beside her, its physical presence feeling incredibly heavy and ominous in the dark room. She couldn't help but think of Logan. He was probably sleeping incredibly soundly in their multi-million-dollar penthouse right now, blissfully wrapped in Madison's treacherous arms, while she lay entirely alone, hooked up to a terrifying array of medical machines. The next morning, she was officially discharged by the doctor, but only under the incredibly strict medical orders to maintain total bed rest. Ethan was waiting in the lobby. He politely offered to drive her back home, but she immediately refused. I don't have a home anymore, she said quietly, staring at the linoleum floor. He didn't push the issue or ask prying questions. Instead, he gently guided her to his car and took her directly to a small, beautifully furnished, discreet apartment he privately owned situated near Central Park. It's completely empty, he said simply as he unlocked the heavy door and handed her the keys. Stay here as long as you need to until you can figure out your next step. Ethan, I can't accept this, Claire protested, overwhelmed by the gesture. His tone instantly softened, dropping its professional edge. You absolutely don't owe me anything for this, Claire. Consider it a sanctuary. Let this be a clean start for you. Over the next few quiet weeks, wrapped in the safety of the hidden apartment, she slowly began to heal. She focused on the simple things. She cooked small, nutritious meals for herself, took very short, slow walks in the snowy park to regain her strength, and desperately tried to remember exactly how to breathe. Again, without feeling the crushing weight of panic. Ethan checked in on her occasionally, always keeping his visits relatively brief and incredibly polite. but she constantly sensed something deeply guarded hiding. Just behind his calm, professional exterior, he looked at her like he carried a massive secret, like he knew significantly more about the dangerous world she had just escaped than he was openly saying. One snowy morning, completely unable to resist the burning curiosity any longer, she finally sat down at the kitchen island with a cup of herbal tea and opened the manila folder he had given her. Inside the file were dozens of highly confidential documents, printed internal emails, complex banking transaction records, and surveillance photos. As she read through them, her blood slowly ran cold. Logan hadn't just been having a sordid affair, he had been actively, illegally funneling massive amounts of corporate company funds directly into a secret offshore account registered under Madison's maiden name. Worse, several of the most egregious, highly illegal financial transfers bore her own forged signature. If the federal authorities ever discovered the paper trail, she could easily be criminally implicated and sent to prison for his crimes. Her hands trembled violently as she flipped through the damning pages. Ethan had been absolutely right. Logan's brutal betrayal ran infinitely deeper than a broken vow of love. It was massive, calculated, federal-level criminal fraud. A single, handwritten note lay quietly at the very bottom of the folder in Ethan's neat, precise handwriting. When you are finally strong enough, we will actively fight back together. Until then, stay absolutely quiet and out of sight. Claire exhaled a long, shaky breath, closing her eyes and pressing a warm hand firmly over her growing stomach. The baby kicked gently against her palm. A physical sensation that served to fiercely remind her that she was absolutely not in this fight alone. And sitting alone in that quiet, sunlit apartment, Claire Bennett made a solemn, unbreakable silent vow. She absolutely wouldn't just merely survive this horrific ordeal. She would rise from the ashes of it. And when she finally did, every single dirty secret Logan Pierce had ever buried would burn to the ground. The harsh winter that immediately followed was officially recorded as the absolute coldest New York City had seen in over a decade. Heavy, relentless snow blanketed the city streets in a suffocating silence, effectively muting the city's usual chaotic roar down to a distant, muffled hum. Inside the small, warm Central Park apartment, Claire lived essentially like a ghost, half alive, half waiting in purgatory. The short, gray days bled seamlessly into incredibly long, dark nights. She frequently slept curled up on the living room couch because the master bed simply felt far too big, too cold, and entirely too empty without another body in it. The small coffee table in the center of the room was completely covered in a chaotic pile of unpaid medical bills and glossy old ultrasound photos. They were constant, undeniable physical reminders of the massive, impending life that was rapidly coming, whether she felt totally ready for it or not. She talked out loud to her unborn child constantly, whispering fierce promises through the quiet isolation of the apartment. "I'll always keep you completely safe," she'd murmur softly into the quiet room, gently rubbing her belly. "Even if it literally kills me." Her belly grew significantly heavier as the weeks passed. And unfortunately, so did her profound loneliness. Every single time she bundled up to pass a corner, newsstand on her short walks, she was forced to see Logan's handsome, arrogant face smiling brightly back at her from the glossy magazine covers. Pierce Innovations successfully raises record funding. The unstoppable power couple of tech, Logan Pierce and Madison Cole. Their glamorous, highly publicized world glittered brightly for the masses, while her private world had entirely collapsed in complete silence. Ethan reliably visited exactly once a week. He always brought fresh, expensive groceries and offered incredibly quiet, steadying reassurance. He absolutely never pitted her, something she was deeply and profoundly grateful for. Once, while he was unpacking bags in the kitchen, she finally gathered the courage to ask why he was going out of his way to help her at all. He didn't look at her, focusing intently on putting away the fruit. He only said, "Let's just politely say that Logan and I share a great deal of highly unfinished business." But one freezing night, the fragile silence of her sanctuary broke entirely. Claire jolted violently awake on the couch to the terrifying sound of aggressive, frantic pounding on her front door. Her heart instantly jumped into her throat. It was well past midnight, and a massive blizzard was dumping thick snow. Outside, she hesitantly pulled her thick robe tightly around her shivering frame. Slowly approached the door, looked through the peephole, and completely froze. Her younger brother, Ryan, stood shivering in the hallway. He was physically shaking uncontrollably, his thin jacket completely soaked to the bone and melting snow. She quickly threw the deadbolts and pulled him inside. "Claire, I messed up. I really messed up bad," he stammered. He was significantly thinner than she remembered from the holidays. His face pale and gaunt, his bloodshot eyes darting around the room in absolute panic. He smelled strongly of stale cigarettes, cheap alcohol, and pure, undeniable desperation. "What happened to you?" she asked urgently, gently guiding his shaking body to sit on the couch. "I stupidly borrowed some money," he muttered, burying his face in his cold hands. "From some very dangerous people I absolutely shouldn't have been talking to. Ryan, why? I thought I could easily double it on a sure thing. You know, start something small, turn a quick profit, and immediately pay it back. But the whole deal went completely bad overnight. They cornered me today. They clearly said if I don't pay them back in full by this Friday, they're going to violently come after me." He looked up at her, his eyes wide and completely terrified. "Claire, they explicitly told me they know exactly where you live." The breathable air completely left Claire's lungs in a rush. A wave of sheer panic threatened to overwhelm her. She wanted to scream at him, to cry in frustration, But instead, she forced her racing mind to think clearly. Ethan's strict warning words instantly echoed loudly in her mind. Stay absolutely quiet. If Logan caught even a slight wind of this incident, he'd absolutely use Ryan's criminal mess as ultimate leverage against her in the divorce. I'll handle it, she said finally, stepping into the role of the protective older sister, even though her own voice shook terribly. The very next morning, as soon as the sun rose, she called Ethan's private number. When he arrived at the apartment less than an hour later, she sat him down and told him absolutely everything about Ryan's gambling debts and the threats. He listened to the entire chaotic story completely silently, his expression unreadable. When she finished, he sighed heavily. I'll make some discreet phone calls and settle the debt. But Claire, if these loan sharks are exactly who I think they are heavily connected downtown. You desperately need to completely leave this apartment tonight. Within mere hours, she was sitting in the passenger seat of his stealthy black car, wrapped tightly in a thick wool blanket, silently watching the towering skyscrapers of the city rapidly disappear through the snowy window. Ethan drove them several hours directly north to a highly secluded, heavily wooded cabin located near the freezing Hudson River. It's significantly safer up here, he said softly, gently helping her navigate the icy steps inside. That night, she stood alone by the large rustic window, watching massive snowflakes drifting lazily against the cold glass pane. Every single time I think I've finally hit absolute rock bottom, she whispered into the dark room, tears stinging her eyes. The floor gives out and it somehow gets even deeper. Ethan stood quietly directly behind her, his tall reflection calm but incredibly firm in the glass window pane. That is exactly because you are absolutely not meant to stay at the bottom, Claire. Her tear-filled eyes met his intense gaze in the reflection of the glass. Do you really, truly think I can ever possibly come back from all of this? He hesitated for only a fraction of a second. I don't think you can. I absolutely know you can. Those specific, confident words struck something incredibly deep and dormant. Inside her soul, a tiny, resilient spark she hadn't felt in agonizing months. She honestly didn't know if she fully believed him just yet, but for the very first time since leaving Logan, she desperately wanted to. Later that freezing night, as the mountain wind howled violently outside the log walls, Claire lay wide awake in the unfamiliar bed, her warm hand resting protectively on her stomach. The baby kicked exactly once, incredibly strong, incredibly sure. It felt as if life itself was aggressively reminding her that she was still very much in the middle of the fight, and somewhere in the dark, caught between the terrifying sound of the winter storm and the steady beating of her own resilient heart, Claire made another unbreakable, silent vow. If she ever managed to successfully climb out of this suffocating darkness, she would never, ever let anyone on earth break her again. 2 quiet months later, the frozen Hudson River finally began to crack and thaw. And in tandem with the changing season, Something deep inside Claire began to profoundly shift. She was still undeniably fragile, both mentally and physically, bearing the scars of her trauma, but she was no longer fundamentally broken. The absolute, isolated quiet of the mountain cabin had graciously given her the much-needed space to simply think, to breathe fresh air, and to slowly begin meticulously piecing together the creative, passionate woman she used to be, before Logan's shadow consumed her. The turning point started early one crisp morning. Ethan had quietly left for the city, but he had left her a small, beautiful leather-bound notebook sitting on the wooden kitchen table. There was only one single sentence written neatly. Inside the cover, make something beautiful again. At very first, she simply didn't understand the cryptic message. But one rainy afternoon, while aimlessly exploring the cabin's dusty, forgotten attic, she stumbled upon a massive, antique drafting table heavily coated in years of dust. Seeing it instantly reminded her of exactly who she was long before she met Logan, long before the lies, and long before the suffocating loneliness of her marriage. So, she cleaned it off, sat down, and started sketching again. The graphite lines came incredibly shaky at first. She was hesitant, doubting her own talent. But very soon, muscle memory took over, and her hands miraculously remembered the motions. Beautiful, intricate architectural designs began to pour out of her mind onto the paper like a sudden summer rain. She drew sweeping furniture layouts, innovative home interior concepts, and bold, structural ideas she'd previously never had the actual courage to create out loud. Back when Logan rigidly controlled every single major decision in their lives. Her art had been suppressed. Now, completely free of his judgment, she lost herself entirely in the creative process for hours on end. And when she finally set down her pencil and finished a complete drawing, she had a startling realization. She had completely stopped thinking about him entirely for an entire afternoon. Ethan faithfully visited the cabin every single weekend. He always brought fresh groceries, stacks of books, and hours of quiet, comforting conversation. He respectfully never asked her about Logan or Madison, and Claire absolutely never mentioned her painful past unless a specific memory accidentally slipped out between casual sips of morning tea. Instead of dwelling on the past, they talked extensively about the future. Specifically, her future. You possess something incredibly rare, Ethan observed one sunny afternoon. Leaning against the doorframe, watching her shade a complex sketch. You don't just know how to design empty spaces, Claire. You intuitively know how to heal them. Claire smiled faintly, not looking up from the paper. That's ironic, considering I'm still desperately trying to learn exactly how to heal myself. You're already doing it, he said softly, his voice full of genuine admiration. She genuinely didn't know exactly how to respond to that. For so many agonizing weeks, she desperately fought off the crushing loneliness by building massive, imaginary brick walls securely around her battered heart. But whenever she was around Ethan, those defensive walls inevitably started to crack and crumble. He never overtly flirted with her, and he absolutely never crossed a professional or personal line. But sometimes, when their bare hands accidentally brushed, while casually passing coffee mugs across the table, a quiet, undeniable current of electricity pulsed strongly between them. Then, one stormy evening, that fragile, peaceful bubble completely shattered, and absolutely everything changed. Claire was sitting comfortably by the roaring fire, peacefully sketching out new nursery ideas for the twins, when Ethan's secure satellite phone suddenly rang. Loudly, his normally calm expression instantly darkened to pitch black as he quickly answered the call. "Yes," he said sharply into the receiver. He paused for a long time, listening intently, his jaw clenched. "Where exactly?" He abruptly hung up the phone and turned to face her, his eyes grave. "Someone violently broke into your old Central Park apartment." Claire froze, her pencil dropping onto the floor. "What?" "They completely tore the entire place apart. Sledgehammers to the drywall. Ripped up the floorboards. The police contact I have thinks they were aggressively looking for something highly specific." Her resting pulse instantly spiked into overdrive. "Ryan," she gasped, standing up. Ethan nodded grimly, already reaching for his coat. "I already had my people down there check his usual spots. He's completely gone. He vanished without a trace 3 days ago." Pure, unadulterated panic seized her chest in a vice grip. "They finally took him, didn't they?" "Logan's people took my brother." "I honestly don't know for sure yet," Ethan admitted, his voice tight with frustration. "But absolutely whoever is behind this break-in definitely knows exactly who you are and that you were staying there." Claire gripped the solid edge of the wooden table to keep from collapsing. "You promised me that place was completely safe." "Ethan." "It absolutely was safe," Ethan said quietly, his eyes filled with regret. "Until someone on the inside intentionally tipped them off." The terrifying words hit her system like a physical, heavy blow to the stomach. "You really think Logan ordered this?" "I don't think it." "Claire," Ethan interrupted, stepping closer. "I know it. He's actively trying to flush you out of hiding. Those highly illegal offshore accounts I showed you in the hospital, he's actively using them right now to cover the massive missing company funds. And if you conveniently disappear permanently before the audit, you'll easily take the entire legal blame for the embezzlement." Her weak knees finally buckled under the weight of the revelation. Ethan rushed forward, expertly catching her in his strong arms before she could hit the hard floor. "Listen to me right now," he said fiercely, holding her steady by her shoulders, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. "You are absolutely not alone in this fight anymore. I've been meticulously building a massive federal case against him for months. but I desperately need hard, undeniable proof to bring. To the prosecutor, I need original digital documents that only you, as his legally listed co-founder, can biometrically access. She looked up at him, her entire body physically trembling. You mean? From Logan's private executive office. He nodded slowly, fully aware of what he was asking. Exactly. The master. Server. For the very first time in months, instead of paralyzing fear, Claire felt something incredibly dark and powerful begin to violently stir deep inside her chest. It wasn't terror. It was pure, unadulterated resolve. I'll go back to the city, she whispered fiercely. Ethan blinked, genuinely surprised by her sudden lack of hesitation. You're 7 months pregnant, Claire. It's incredibly risky. If he catches you. She forcefully placed a steady hand entirely over her swelling belly. He has already violently taken absolutely everything else from me. He took my home. He destroyed my good name. He shattered my peace of mind. I absolutely will not let that monster take my children's future. 2. Ethan stared deeply at her in the dim firelight. He wasn't seeing the frail, fragile, broken woman he'd rescued from the freezing rain on Fifth Avenue. He was looking at the fierce, unstoppable warrior she was rapidly becoming. Then we do this dangerous job together, he said finally, a fierce glint of respect in his eye. Outside the cabin, the winter wind howled violently again, shaking the window panes. But this time, to Claire's ears, it completely didn't sound like a song of despair. It sounded exactly like the violent winds of change. And as the warm, orange firelight flickered beautifully across her deeply determined face, Claire inherently knew that this mission was no longer just about merely surviving. It was finally about going on the offensive and aggressively reclaiming her stolen life. 3 tense days later, Claire Bennett stood squarely on the bustling sidewalk in front of the towering glass skyscraper that once proudly bore her husband's name, Pierce Innovations. The pristine, mirrored surface of the massive building perfectly reflected the gray city skyline, and very faintly in the glass, she could see the reflection of the naive woman she used to be. Fragile, hopelessly hopeful, blindly dependent. That weak version of her was completely, permanently gone. The woman who stood here on the concrete now was someone entirely new. She was vastly calmer, infinitely colder, and fiercely carved by the fires of betrayal. She wore a highly tailored, simple black wool coat that expertly hid the pronounced curve of her growing belly, and her dark hair was pulled back tightly into a severe, sleek bun. Ethan had explicitly warned her again that very morning in the car, his voice incredibly low but deadly firm. If absolutely anything feels even slightly wrong once you're inside, you drop everything and walk away immediately. Do you understand? If I walk away, I won't ever get another chance at that server, she had replied stubbornly. He had simply sighed, knowing she was right. Then keep your phone line open on. A live call in your pocket. I'll be exactly 2 blocks away monitoring the building's security frequencies. Now, as she confidently stepped through the revolving doors into the massive, echoing lobby, every single ambient sound felt infinitely sharper, magnified by her adrenaline. The sharp click-clack of her designer heels on the marble. The low, mechanical hum of the express elevator arriving. The polite, corporate greetings of the new receptionist who clearly didn't recognize the boss's ex-wife anymore. A year ago, that lack of recognition would have deeply hurt her feelings. Now, remaining anonymous felt like wearing impenetrable bulletproof armor. The heist plan was incredibly simple in theory, but incredibly risky in execution. Ethan had successfully traced the exact digital location of the highly encrypted financial files directly to Logan's isolated private office server. Those specific digital files contained absolutely everything they needed, undeniable proof of the illegal offshore accounts, the digital stamps of the forged signatures, the complex web of shell companies all registered under Madison's name. If she could quickly plug in a flash drive and copy them, Ethan could instantly expose Logan publicly and legally clear her name forever. The smooth elevator doors silently slid open to the top executive floor. The breathtaking sight of it momentarily stole her breath away. The lavish space hadn't changed a single bit. There were the same flawlessly polished marble floors, the massive floor-to-ceiling glass walls overlooking the sprawling expanse of Manhattan, and the faint, lingering scent of Logan's expensive custom cologne that still managed to haunt her senses. Her resting pulse violently quickened. She could almost vividly see him, aggressively pacing the length of the hall, his phone pressed tightly to his ear, loudly barking arrogant orders at his terrified subordinates. But Logan wasn't currently here on the floor. Not yet. His public calendar said. He was at a board meeting downstairs. She slipped quietly inside his massive corner office, moving incredibly quickly and with practiced purpose. The massive mahogany desk gleamed under the lights, completely spotless, except for a large, silver-framed photo of him and Madison, smiling brightly for a recent magazine cover shoot. The tech power couple of the year. Her stomach violently twisted in disgust at the sight of it. Focus, she whispered fiercely to herself, forcefully turning away from the desk. She quickly located the hidden wall safe located directly behind a sliding wood panel of the massive bookshelf, exactly where Ethan's inside intelligence said it would be. She carefully typed the multi-digit override code he'd provided her, her bare hands physically trembling with adrenaline. A soft, electronic click echoed in the silent room. The heavy steel door popped open. Inside the dark vault were towering stacks of physical paper files and a sleek, black external hard drive. She quickly grabbed both, unceremoniously slipping them deep into her oversized leather tote bag. Then, She heard the terrifying sound of heavy footsteps on the marble outside. Claire completely froze. The heavy oak office door creaked open slowly, and Logan's arrogant, booming voice instantly filled the tense air. "I could have sworn I heard heels walking around up here," he said to the empty room. Her breath completely hitched in her throat. Very slowly, trying to project a confidence she didn't feel, she turned around. He looked almost exactly the same as the night he left her. He was impeccably dressed in a custom navy suit, a massively expensive watch gleaming aggressively on his wrist. But as he looked at her, his eyes were noticeably sharper, far more paranoid, and significantly colder than she remembered. "Claire," he said, sounding genuinely surprised but deeply amused by her presence. "You look noticeably different." "Severe pregnancy trauma will easily do that to a person," she said completely, flatly, refusing to back down. He took a slow, predatory step closer to her, smirking mockingly. "You really shouldn't be up here. You're trespassing." "I could easily say the exact same thing to you regarding my bank accounts," she replied sharply. His dark gaze dropped slowly down to her swelling belly, analyzing the size, and then flicked back up to her face. "So, the rumors are actually true. You foolishly kept it." "Them," she corrected him, her voice like ice. "I'm having twins." For a fleeting, unguarded moment, something unreadable flickered deeply in his cold eyes. It looked like genuine shock, perhaps even a tiny sliver of fear at the realization of his lost legacy. But the human emotion vanished instantly, replaced by a cruel mask. "Well, congratulations," he drawled sarcastically. "I'm absolutely sure too. Bastards will make lovely, sympathetic accessories for your next pathetic charity appearance. Assuming you can even afford to attend one anymore." Her jaw clenched so hard her teeth ached. "You knowingly forged my signature. Logan. You maliciously stole absolutely everything I owned." He laughed, a harsh, dismissive bark. "You always were entirely too sentimental to survive in real business. Claire. You were weak." Claire's right hand inched slowly toward the strap of her heavy bag. But his sharp eyes instantly caught the subtle movement. "What exactly is in the bag?" "Claire," he demanded, his voice dropping an octave. Before she could invent a lie to answer him, the office door violently burst open again. Madison walked briskly in, holding a tablet, her professional smile completely fading into a look of sheer panic the exact second she saw Claire standing by the safe. "Oh my God," Madison breathed, stopping dead in her tracks. "You actually had the nerve to come here." The tension in the room thickened until it was suffocating. Logan quickly glanced at Madison, then turned his full, furious attention back to Claire. "You actually thought you could somehow outsmart me in my own building," he sneered, taking another aggressive step forward. "You were always far too emotional and stupid for this ruthless world." Claire. Her heart pounded like a jackhammer against her ribs. but she stood her ground. "No, Logan," she said incredibly quietly, her eyes burning with righteous fury. "I just finally learned exactly how your filthy world works." Then, before either of the traitors could physically react, she reached into her coat pocket and firmly pressed the hidden panic button on her cell phone. It was the emergency signal to Ethan. Instantly, outside in the hallway, massive building-wide security fire alarms suddenly blared to life with a deafening screech. Strobe lights began flashing. Logan's arrogant smirk vanished entirely, replaced by genuine confusion. Claire turned her back to him and looked out the massive window at the city. Below, her voice incredibly steady over the noise. "You desperately wanted ultimate power, Logan. You threw us away for it. Well, you're about to see exactly what real, unstoppable power actually looks like." And as the deafening emergency sirens echoed loudly through the entire skyscraper, causing mass panic on the lower floors, Claire walked purposefully past him. She confidently left behind the pathetic man who had once completely owned her heart, taking with her the undeniable digital evidence that would violently and permanently destroy his entire empire. The exact moment Claire stepped into the waiting elevator, the fire alarms, ear-piercing shriek filled the entire enclosed air shaft. Bright red strobe lights flashed relentlessly down the long corridor outside, looking like the warning beacons of a sinking ship. She clutched her heavy leather bag tightly to her chest, feeling every single frantic heartbeat echoing loudly in her ears. The stolen USB drive was safely inside. It was just a tiny, insignificant-looking piece of black plastic, but it held the absolute truth, a truth powerful enough to legally and financially ruin Logan Pierce forever. The heavy metal elevator doors began to slowly close, but right before they could completely seal shut, a large hand violently slammed between the rubber bumpers. It was Logan's hand. He brutally shoved the heavy doors back open with sheer force, his chest heaving, his eyes burning with absolute, unhinged fury. "You're absolutely not going anywhere with that bag," he snarled, stepping into the cab and backing her into the corner. Claire backed away as far as she could, the previously spacious, confined space suddenly feeling incredibly suffocating. "You brought all of this on yourself. Logan, you stole millions from your own company, from your own investors, from me." He sneered, spitting his words. "And you honestly think anyone in the world is going to believe you over me? You're just a crazy, vindictive woman who walked out on her wealthy husband and ran off pregnant with another man's help. You're nothing but a pathetic tabloid story. Claire, you're a tragedy that the hungry media will gladly devour and spit out." Her pale fingers tightened desperately around the red emergency phone panel mounted on the elevator wall. "Maybe they will," she said defiantly. "But even the best stories can suddenly turn on their villains when the facts come out." Logan lunged violently toward her, reaching for the bag, operating purely on adrenaline. She ducked low, violently slamming her sharp elbow directly into his unprotected ribs. The sudden, jerky movement sent a horrific spike of pain, shooting directly through her own side, her heavy body aggressively reminding her that she was 7 months pregnant and in no condition to fight a grown man. Still, raw adrenaline pushed her forcefully forward. While he was momentarily stunned, she violently hit the button for the main lobby and aggressively kicked the door closed command over and over again until the heavy metal doors finally slid shut, just as Logan recovered and his heavy fist struck the closing metal. With a loud bang, the elevator finally began its rapid, stomach-dropping descent. Claire's panicked breath came in incredibly fast. Shallow gasps. She could literally feel the twins shifting frantically inside her womb, reacting directly to the massive spike in her cortisol and panic. "It's okay. It's okay," she whispered desperately, pressing a trembling hand firmly to her tight belly. "Mommy's got you. I promise." When the doors finally dinged and opened at the massive ground floor lobby, absolute chaos had erupted. Dozens of building security guards rushed frantically past her toward the emergency stairwells heading to the upper floors, their two-way radios blaring contradictory orders over the noise of the alarms. Utilizing the sheer confusion of the evacuation, she easily slipped unnoticed through the panicked crowd and burst out through the revolving doors into the freezing cold night air. The sheer sensory overload of the city hit her like a physical shock. Taxis honked aggressively, emergency lights flashed in the distance, and heavy snow swirled chaotically under the yellow street lamps. Directly across the busy street, Ethan's stealthy black sedan sat idling, exhaust pluming in the cold air. He literally jumped out of the driver's seat the exact second he spotted her running. "Did you actually get it?" he shouted over the traffic. She nodded vigorously, practically collapsing into the passenger seat, clutching the bag. "I got absolutely all of it, but Logan caught me in the office. He knows I have it." Ethan's strong jaw tightened as he slammed his door shut and threw the car into drive. "Then we absolutely don't have much time before he locks down the city." They sped aggressively away through the crowded city streets, the iconic Manhattan skyline glowing brightly in the rearview mirror behind them. For a very long, tense stretch of road, neither of them spoke a word. The heavy, suffocating tension hung thickly in the car, broken only by the rhythmic, repetitive sound of the windshield wipers aggressively slicing through the heavy, wet snow. Finally, catching her breath, Claire said, "He violently tried to trap me in the elevator. He arrogantly said that absolutely no one in the press would ever believe my side of the story." Ethan's white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel visibly tightened. "He's absolutely right about one thing. The mainstream press will definitely try to spin it against you at first. But once I permanently leak these highly encrypted documents directly to the SEC and the FBI, it won't matter what kind of slick PR story he tells the public. Cold, hard financial facts speak infinitely louder than lies." She turned in her seat toward him, studying his determined profile. You've been secretly planning this exact takedown for a long while, haven't you? Ethan exhaled a long, heavy breath, keeping his sharp eyes fixed strictly on the icy road ahead. Logan has ruined significantly more lives than just yours. Claire. He explicitly used my good name and my law firm's credentials to illegally secure massive, fake offshore investments years ago. Because of his fraud, I lost absolutely everything I cared about. I lost my prestigious firm. I lost my flawless reputation, and I was nearly disbarred. I've been obsessively collecting this specific proof in the shadows ever since he fired me. She stared at him, completely stunned by the revelation. You could have easily left me completely out of this dangerous mess. I couldn't, he said incredibly quietly, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Because legally, you are the absolute master key. You are the sole remaining person whose legal name still directly ties to the primary dummy trust account he used for the embezzlement. Without your biometric access and testimony, the entire federal case dies on the vine. For the very first time, she truly saw the immense, crushing weight that Ethan carried on his shoulders, the profound guilt, the relentless determination, and, underneath it all, something else, something protective. Just as they finally reached the entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge, bright, flashing blue police lights suddenly erupted in the rearview mirror directly behind them. Police! Damn it, Ethan muttered, aggressively swerving the wheel and pulling hard into a dark, narrow side street to evade them. He glanced sharply in the side mirror and his blood ran cold. Those aren't real. NYD cops, he said, his voice dropping to a terrifying register. Those are Logan's private security men. Claire's pulse violently spiked into the red zone. What do we do? He quickly reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a second, identical USB drive, and shoved it into her hand. This drive has a full, encrypted backup. Copy. If absolutely anything happens to me tonight, you take this drive and you run as fast as you can to the FBI field office. I'm absolutely not leaving you, she said fiercely, tears springing to her eyes. Claire, you have to. Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive, black, armored SUV violently screeched to a halt, completely blocking the alley behind them. Heavily armed men instantly jumped out into the snow, shouting aggressive orders. Ethan slammed his foot on the gas pedal, the car's tires screeching wildly on the slick, icy asphalt. The heavy sedan fishtailed dangerously, its bright headlights wildly slicing through the dark, snowy alleyway. Hold on tight, he shouted over the roar of the engine. Suddenly, a second armored SUV shot out from a side street and violently rammed directly into their front bumper at high speed. Claire screamed at the top of her lungs, instinctively curling into a ball and desperately clutching her pregnant stomach as their car spun violently out of control, sliding sideways directly toward a heavy concrete guardrail. Glass shattered into a million deadly pieces. Metal twisted and shrieked in agony. Then came the brutal, deafening impact. And then, absolutely everything went blindingly white. When the conscious world finally returned to her, it came in agonizing waves of pain and sound. Deafening emergency sirens wailed relentlessly in the immediate distance. Claire blinked rapidly, feeling incredibly dazed, her blurry vision wildly swimming in and out of focus. She could taste copper in her mouth. Ethan was slumped heavily over the deployed airbag on the steering wheel. He was completely unconscious, but she could see the slow, shallow rise and fall of his breathing. Freezing snow drifted silently in through the completely shattered passenger window, dusting her lap. And as Claire miraculously managed to unbuckle her seatbelt and painfully crawl out of the smoking, twisted wreckage, desperately clutching the small USB drive to her chest like it was her own beating heart, one single, absolute truth burned fiercely in her traumatized mind. She absolutely wasn't running away anymore. The real fight for her life had only just begun. The brutal car crash absolutely should have killed her instantly. That's exactly what the trauma surgeon told her later that night. But when Claire finally fluttered her heavy eyes open to the blinding, sterile white lights of a hospital recovery room, she was miraculously alive. Her entire body was deeply bruised. Her bones ached with every breath, and she had several stitches across her hairline, but she was undeniably alive. The very first sound her brain registered was the steady, rhythmic beeping of her own heart monitor. The second, infinitely more important sound was the incredibly rapid, faint, but perfectly steady whoosh-whoosh heartbeat echoing loudly from a fetal Doppler monitor strapped securely to her bruised stomach. The babies. They were actually still alive. Hot tears completely blurred her vision as she weakly reached a trembling hand down to rest on her stomach. "You bravely held on," she whispered, her voice cracking with overwhelming emotion. "You both held on just for me." A young, kind-faced nurse quickly appeared at her bedside, efficiently checking her 4 lines and vitals with a warm, comforting smile. "You're incredibly lucky to be sitting here, Miss Bennett." It was terrifyingly close for a while in the ER. "But the brave man who was in the car with you, he's currently in major surgery. He's listed as stable for now." Claire closed her eyes, a massive wave of profound relief violently flooding through her exhausted system. "Ethan," she murmured, a prayer of thanks on her lips. "Thank God he's alive." The nurse hesitated for a moment, adjusting a blanket. "He's actually been desperately asking the staff about you since the moment they brought him in. Even before the doctors heavily sedated him for surgery. He specifically said to tell you, do not lose that heavy bag you had." The bag. Claire's panicked gaze instantly darted to the dark corner of the hospital room. There it was, resting innocently on a plastic visitor's chair. It was heavily scuffed, torn, and stained with dirt. but it was physically intact. Safely. Inside that bag was the original USB drive. It was the ultimate evidence. The absolute leverage. The ultimate weapon. She and Ethan had literally risked their lives for it tonight. Now, that tiny piece of plastic was her absolute only way forward in this war. Several hours later, while the rest of the dark hospital peacefully slept, she managed to reach over and turn on her cracked cell phone. Instantly, digital notifications completely exploded across the shattered screen. In an endless cascade. News alerts, missed calls, text messages, breaking news, massive financial scandal, federal investigation rumors. Someone, an anonymous source, had successfully leaked the preliminary financial files from Pierce Innovations directly to the global media. High definition. Paparazzi photos of a panicked Logan and Madison flashed aggressively across every single news site on the internet. The bold headlines were screaming at the world, allegations of massive fraud. Rock tech power couple. CEO under investigation. She stared at the glowing screen in sheer, utter disbelief. Ethan must have successfully initiated an automated data upload program to release the files remotely just before the car crash, even while bleeding out and half dead in the driver's seat. The man had miraculously kept his promise to her. But surprisingly, the massive public victory didn't feel sweet. Not just yet. By early the next morning, hundreds of ruthless reporters had physically gathered on the sidewalks directly outside the hospital lobby, smelling blood in the water, incredibly hungry for exclusive quotes and scandalous sound bites. Claire immediately demanded to be discharged early. She desperately needed fresh air, open space, and most importantly, total control over her situation. She stubbornly signed herself out of the ward entirely against strict medical advice and walked slowly, painfully, straight to Ethan's recovery room. He looked terrible. He was incredibly pale, wearing a thick white bandage wrapped entirely around his forehead and foreline in his arm, and his left arm secured in a heavy medical sling. But when he opened his eyes and saw her standing in the doorway, he managed to smile weakly. "You look absolutely terrible," he teased her, his voice incredibly raspy. She laughed out loud, despite the painful, emotional lump forming in her throat. "Well, you're not exactly glowing like a supermodel yourself, counselor." He slowly gestured with his good hand toward the flat-screen TV mounted high on the hospital wall. Several serious news anchors were aggressively dissecting the rapid, catastrophic fall of Pierce Innovations in real time. "This is only the very beginning of the end for him," Ethan said, a hard edge returning to his tired voice. "The SEC is officially coming for his ledgers. The entire corporate board is completely panicking and jumping ship. He is rapidly losing absolutely everything he ever valued." Claire watched the bright screen intently. Logan's once perfect, arrogant, camera-ready smile was now completely replaced by chaotic, shaky cell phone footage of him aggressively shoving reporters' microphones away from his face as He desperately tried to enter his attorney's office. Madison was seen, pathetically trailing right behind him, wearing massive, dark sunglasses, desperately trying to hide her face in shame. "I know I should feel incredibly happy right now," she whispered, her eyes glued to the screen. "But honestly, all I feel inside is completely empty." "That's perfectly normal," Ethan said incredibly softly, his eyes full of deep understanding. "When you permanently lose something massive that you helped build, even if you eventually realize that the foundation was completely poisoned, it still leaves a deep, permanent scar on your soul." She turned away from the TV to look at him. "You absolutely knew this massive fallout would happen. You've been meticulously planning this exact day for years." He didn't attempt to deny it. "I did. I just never expected in a million years that you would be the incredibly brave person to finally finish the job." A comfortable, profound silence stretched across the sterile room between them. It was thick with intense, unspoken gratitude, and heavily laced with something significantly deeper, an emotional connection neither of them dared to name out loud yet. Then, Ethan slowly reached his good hand into the small drawer of his bedside table and pulled out a neatly folded legal document, handing it to her. "I privately drafted this specific document several months ago, right after I found you in the rain. It's an ironclad, irrevocable financial trust agreement, entirely set up for your unborn children. When they're finally born, they will legally inherit my entire original founding stake in the company once the feds force it to be completely liquidated." Her breath violently caught in her throat. Her eyes widened as she read the staggering numbers on the page. "Ethan, absolutely no. I can't accept this. It's millions of dollars." "It is absolutely not charity," he said firmly, his gaze locking onto hers. "It's long overdue justice. Please, Claire, let something genuinely good and pure come out of all this terrible ruin." Claire's throat tightened painfully with unshed tears. She reached out and gently took his warm hand in hers, her voice physically trembling with emotion. "You literally saved my life twice, Ethan. Once on the freezing street, and again, you saved me from myself." He smiled faintly, squeezing her fingers. "Then please, just promise me one important thing. Don't ever stop fighting for yourself. You are infinitely stronger than you think you are, Claire." Outside the quiet hospital window, the massive city of New York was rapidly waking up to absolute chaos. Hundreds of reporters were shouting, panicked. Investors were fleeing the markets, and bold headlines were actively permanently unraveling a fraudulent corporate dynasty. But inside that incredibly quiet, peaceful hospital room, Claire Bennett made her final choice. She absolutely wasn't just a pathetic victim anymore. She wasn't a sad widow in waiting. She was a fierce mother, an undeniable survivor, and a powerful woman violently reborn from the ashes of betrayal. And as she looked out the glass window toward the brilliant, breaking morning, Light. Claire whispered the solemn words that officially marked the beginning of her brand new life. This time, I fight exclusively for me. By the time Claire was physically strong enough to confidently walk out of the hospital doors without assistance, the entire city of New York had completely and viciously turned against Logan Pierce. His massive tech empire, which was once an untouchable monument of glittering glass and boundless arrogance, was now violently collapsing under the crushing, unbearable weight of federal public scrutiny. Screaming headlines seemed to follow her absolutely everywhere she went. Pierce. Innovations under federal investigation. Tech power couple vanish amid fraud. Allegations. The ex-wife at center of whistleblower scandal. She expertly ignored them all. She had something infinitely more important to focus her energy on now. Ethan had been officially discharged from medical care a few days earlier, stubbornly insisting to the doctors that he was perfectly fine. They quietly met for coffee in a small, dimly lit cafe downtown, one of the very few discreet places left in the city where the paparazzi's invasive cameras couldn't easily reach them. He looked exhausted, his arms still resting in a black sling. But he was undeniably alive. "You look significantly stronger today," he said warmly as she sat down across from him, ordering a decaf tea. "I actually feel stronger," Claire replied, her voice noticeably steadier and more resonant than it had been in long, agonizing months. "The babies are officially due in exactly 6 weeks." He smiled a genuine, bright smile, and the woman who was completely supposed to be utterly ruined by all of this is now the one sitting at the table holding absolutely all the winning cards. Claire slowly stirred her hot tea, her thoughtful eyes drifting toward the frosted window where thick, dirty snow still heavily lined the busy streets. "I really don't want violent revenge anymore, Ethan. I just desperately want permanent closure. For them. And for me." "You'll officially have it very soon," he said, smoothly sliding a thick legal folder across the wooden table. Inside the file were highly classified court documents, a federal grand jury summons, a sworn affidavit, and a formal, terrifying legal notice from the Securities and Exchange Commission. Logan and Madison have both been officially ordered by a federal judge to appear in criminal court next month, Ethan explained quietly. "Massive wire fraud, corporate embezzlement, multi-million-dollar tax evasion. Absolutely all of it is coming out into the open light." Claire exhaled a massive, shuddering breath, a powerful tremor of absolute relief and lingering disbelief mixing violently in her chest. "You really, actually did it. We did it," she thought to herself, though she didn't say the words out loud. Late that night, back in the absolute safety of her secure apartment, she found herself mindlessly scrolling through thousands of old digital photos on her laptop, the painful ones she hadn't quite been able to bring herself to permanently delete yet. There was a photo of her and Logan smiling brilliantly on their lavish wedding day. There was Madison in the background, enthusiastically throwing white confetti at them, her loud laughter looking bright, but entirely false in hindsight. Her hand drifted subconsciously down to rest on her large stomach. "You'll absolutely never know that weak, naive version of me," she whispered fiercely to her unborn children in the quiet room. "And honestly, that is a very, very good thing." She had recently begun actively seeing a trauma therapist at Ethan's strong insistence. Dr. Hayward, an incredibly calm, perceptive woman with elegant silver hair and profoundly kind eyes, had an uncanny way of surgically cutting through all of Claire's built-up emotional defenses. "You absolutely aren't just rebuilding your old life, Claire," Dr. Hayward had told her profoundly during one particularly intense, tearful session. "You are actively becoming something entirely new." Those specific, powerful words stayed permanently lodged in her mind. Empowered, Claire slowly started taking on small, independent freelance design projects. Again, she accepted prestigious design work for elite boutique hotels and luxury penthouse remodels. Her professional reputation in the design world, though temporarily tainted by her unfair association with Logan's scandal, slowly and steadily began to recover and thrive. Her wealthy clients deeply admired her incredible resilience and her quiet, unshakable dignity in the face of public humiliation. One high-profile client even told her bluntly, "You gracefully survived a public nightmare that most normal people absolutely wouldn't be able to walk away from. That kind of profound strength is a power that money simply cannot buy." Still, there were definitely dark nights when the primal fear unexpectedly returned. She would suffer terrifying flashbacks of blinding car headlights, the sickening auditory memory of window glass shattering, and the haunting echo of Logan's cruel voice calling her weak and sentimental. But absolutely every single time she mentally faltered in the dark, Ethan's steady, grounding voice replayed loudly in her mind, "You're infinitely stronger than you think you are." Then, one quiet Tuesday evening, just as she was settling onto the couch with a warm cup of chamomile tea and a design book, her cell phone buzzed loudly. It was a completely unknown number. She almost ignored it, assuming it was another hungry journalist, but some primal instinct made her answer the call. "Claire Bennett," a deep, professional man's voice asked. "Yes. Who is this?" "This is Detective Morales, NYPD Financial Crimes Division. We strongly thought you'd want to be the first to know the news." Logan Pierce was officially arrested by federal agents at JFK International Airport tonight. He violently attempted to flee the country on a private charter. Her breath hitched painfully in her throat. He's actually in police custody?" "Yes, ma'am. He's in federal holding right now. And we also have Madison Cole in custody as well. They absolutely won't be walking away from this one. The evidence is airtight." She quietly thanked him, her voice cracking, and hung up the phone, her hands physically trembling. The absolute silence in the living room felt entirely Different now. It felt significantly lighter, completely unburdened, and entirely freer. She surprisingly didn't cry a single tear. She didn't smile in triumph. She simply closed her eyes, leaned her head back, and whispered to the empty room, finally. Later that same night, she took a cab and visited Ethan at his apartment. He was sitting peacefully by his roaring fireplace, reading a legal brief with his good arm. When he looked up and saw her standing in the doorway, she simply said, quietly, they caught him at the airport. For a very long, profound moment, neither of them spoke a single word. Then, Ethan slowly stood up, walked over to her, and gently reached for her hand. It's finally over, Claire. She looked deeply into his eyes and slowly shook her head. No, Ethan. It's just beginning. Because now that the monstrous man who had completely destroyed her life was finally locked in federal chains, she could finally, truly begin to build something beautiful that was entirely hers. A brand new life defined not by enduring pain, but by profound purpose. The incredible day her twin boys were finally born. The morning sky over. Manhattan was brilliantly streaked with vibrant shades of gold and pink. It was the exact kind of breathtaking sunrise that felt like a divine promise of better days. The hospital delivery room was incredibly quiet and peaceful, except for the soft, steady hum of the medical machines and the miraculous sound of two newborn cries, fragile, incredibly tiny, but undeniably fierce. Claire Bennett had vividly imagined this exact, magical moment 1,000 times. In her head, but never quite like this. There was absolutely no proud husband's hand for her to squeeze. No fake, smiling paparazzi photos being arranged for the glossy magazines. It was just her. Just her. The two beautiful new lives she'd fought so desperately to protect. And the quiet, unshakable certainty that absolutely everything she'd violently endured over the past year had directly led to this perfect moment. The smiling delivery nurse gently placed the two swaddled babies directly into her waiting, exhausted arms. One tiny boy possessed her deep, dark eyes, and the other possessed her quiet, thoughtful mouth. Noah and Liam, she whispered softly to them. Hot tears of absolute, pure joy, slipping freely down her flushed cheeks. Welcome home, my beautiful boys. Ethan stood quietly just inside the doorway, looking pale from his own recovery, but smiling the brightest, most genuine smile she had ever seen on his face. He held a massive bouquet of white lilies awkwardly in his good hand. They're absolutely perfect, he said softly, stepping closer to the bed. Claire looked up at him, utterly exhausted to her bones but looking undeniably radiant. You literally kept me alive long enough for this to happen, she said, her voice thick with emotion. He smiled faintly, shaking his head. No, Claire. You kept yourself alive through sheer will. I just stubbornly refused to let you quit when things got dark. For the very first time in agonizing months, she threw her head back and laughed. It was a full, rich, completely unguarded sound of pure joy that instantly filled the sterile hospital room with warmth. As the quiet days in the maternity ward passed, the massive media storm raging outside in the city only grew significantly louder. Logan and Madison's dramatic public arrests completely dominated every single news headline and cable channel. Endless television footage showed the two of them being roughly escorted in handcuffs into the federal courthouse, their once impeccable designer coats no longer serving as armor, but merely standing as pathetic evidence of their former massive arrogance. Pierce empire completely crumbles. Secret offshore accounts exposed by whistleblower. Claire's name appeared everywhere in the press, too. But she wasn't framed as the pathetic, abandoned victim. She was universally hailed as the brave whistleblower, the fearless, pregnant woman who had single-handedly taken down her own powerful betrayer. Ethan desperately wanted her to continue to hide from the press, fearing for her safety, but Claire adamantly refused. "I absolutely won't disappear into the shadows anymore," she said firmly. "If I intentionally stay silent now, they still win the narrative." So, she bravely faced the watching world. But she did it carefully and on her own terms. On the bright morning of her hospital discharge, she agreed to sit for exactly one highly exclusive, tightly controlled television interview. It was a remarkably calm, incredibly elegant conversation that aired live on national television. "I absolutely didn't try to destroy anyone's life," she told the veteran interviewer, her voice unwavering and looking directly into the camera lens. "I simply exposed the absolute truth to the light. The greedy people who consciously chose to build their entire lives and empires on lies are the ones who completely destroyed themselves." That single soundbite went globally viral within minutes. Thousands of women from all across the entire country instantly flooded her public social media accounts with thousands of messages of profound admiration, deep gratitude, and fierce solidarity. "You bravely reminded me to never stay quiet in my own marriage. You gave me the hope I needed to leave my abuser." But while the entire outside world enthusiastically hailed her as a massive, untouchable symbol of feminine strength, privately, Claire was just desperately trying to figure out how to survive daily motherhood. The exhausting nights constantly blurred into the days. The newborn twins cried in endless, alternating shifts, their tiny, powerful lungs constantly reminding her of exactly how incredibly fragile these new beginnings could truly be. She barely slept more than 2 hours at a time, surviving entirely on strong coffee, sheer adrenaline, and maternal instinct. Still, every single time she looked down at their sleeping faces, when she looked deeply into their innocent eyes and saw their unfiltered, absolute trust in her, she inherently knew she would gladly go through the entire nightmare all over again just to have them. Ethan visited the apartment very often, always thoughtfully bringing small Necessary comforts. He brought giant boxes of diapers, expensive baby formula, hot takeout food, and most importantly, companionable silence. One rainy evening, he used his spare key and quietly walked into the living room, to find her completely fast asleep on the couch, one tiny baby resting peacefully on each of her arms. The television was playing very softly in the background, showing a news anchor dryly discussing the ongoing federal investigation into Pierce Innovations. He stopped and watched her sleep for a very long moment. An intense, completely unspoken emotion flickering brightly in the depths of his dark eyes. Then, moving incredibly quietly, he gently adjusted a warm knit blanket over her shivering shoulders, turned off the noisy TV, and slipped out of the apartment without waking her. Several weeks later, exactly as the warm spring weather began to beautifully thaw the frozen city, Claire received a heavy, certified letter from the federal court. Logan Pierce had officially pled guilty to massive wire fraud and criminal conspiracy to avoid a lengthy public trial. Madison Cole, proving there is no honor among thieves, had immediately turned state's evidence against him, aggressively cutting a plea deal in exchange for her devastating testimony. Logan now faced a mandatory minimum of 15 years in federal prison. Claire sat alone at her kitchen table and stared at the official letter for a very long time, her beating heart completely still and incredibly calm. Surprisingly, profound justice didn't feel loud or triumphant. It just felt incredibly, profoundly peaceful. That night, she stood quietly by the nursery window, holding a sleeping Noah, peacefully watching the glittering city lights blink in the vast distance below. The babies slept incredibly soundly in their dual cribs, their soft, rhythmic breathing providing the only comforting rhythm she would ever need in her life. She leaned down and whispered softly to them in the dark, "You two were born directly out of the absolute worst pain of my entire life. But you are undeniably the absolute best thing that has ever happened to me." Right at that peaceful moment, her cell phone vibrated loudly on the dresser. It was a highly encrypted text message from Ethan. "Meet me tomorrow morning at the old shipyard. There's something highly classified you desperately need to see." And as Claire glanced back down at her peacefully sleeping sons, she absolutely didn't know that what terrifying secret waited for her the next day wasn't just another legal battle. It was a horrifying, massive truth that would violently change absolutely everything she thought she knew about the quiet, brilliant man named Ethan Rowe. The following morning, the massive city was washed completely clean by a thin, persistent drizzle, the specific kind of depressing rain that completely blurred reflections in the puddles and miraculously made even the ugliest, dirtiest streets look somewhat poetic. Claire carefully bundled the twins into their warm carriers, kissed their soft foreheads, and reluctantly left them with her highly trusted, vetted babysitter. Her stomach violently churned with intense curiosity, heavily mixed with something significantly darker and far more ominous, as she aggressively drove Her car across Manhattan to the obscure address Ethan had texted her. It absolutely wasn't his usual, polished law office downtown. It was a massive, incredibly old, rusting warehouse located right near the dirty river. Completely quiet and half abandoned to the elements. She nervously parked her car, her heart pounding against her ribs, and cautiously stepped inside the cavernous space. Ethan was already there waiting for her. He was standing rigidly beside a long, metal folding table that was completely cluttered with towering stacks of physical files, dozens of black hard drives, and heavily sealed manila envelopes. He looked significantly different today. He looked much older. Somehow. The crushing, unbearable weight of keeping entirely too many dark secrets was visibly evident in the deep, dark shadows pooling heavily beneath his exhausted eyes. "You said you had something incredibly important to show me," she said, cautiously, stepping further into the dim light. He nodded grimly and slowly slid a thick, red-tabbed folder across the metal table toward her. "Absolutely everything you confidently thought you knew about Logan's tech company. It's honestly only a very small part of the real story." Claire frowned deeply, hesitant as she flipped open the heavy folder. Inside were highly complex financial documents she absolutely didn't recognize. There were massive international bank transfers, obscure corporate shell filings, and a highly redacted list of anonymous shareholders. At the very top of the executive summary page was a bold, typed name that completely froze the blood in her veins. Rogue Capital Holdings. Her shocked gaze instantly snapped up from the paper to meet his eyes. "Ethan, that's the name of your old investment firm." "It was," Ethan said incredibly quietly, his voice tight with suppressed rage. "Right before Logan maliciously stole it directly from me." He began aggressively pacing the length of the concrete floor, the long-held confessions finally spilling out of him like a massive, breaking flood he could simply no longer hold back. Years ago, long before she had ever even met Logan in that Brooklyn cafe, Ethan had been his primary financial mentor. Working closely together, they had brilliantly built the very foundation of what would become Pierce Innovations. Ethan served as the primary financial investor and legal architect, while Logan served as the charismatic tech visionary. But a dark, insidious greed had taken root in Logan's soul very early on. Logan had ruthlessly forged legal signatures, heavily manipulated shareholder contracts, and orchestrated a hostile board takeover, completely forcing Ethan out of his own company and taking absolutely everything for himself. "I literally lost absolutely everything I had," Ethan said, his voice breaking. "My entire company, my flawless reputation, my family." That's exactly when I started obsessively digging into his files in the shadows. I naively thought simply exposing his corporate theft would finally bring me some closure. But then, delving deeper into the servers, I found something infinitely worse. He slowly pulled another, significantly thicker envelope from the massive pile. This one heavily sealed with an official red evidence tag. This is exactly what he was really trying to protect by framing me. Claire opened it with shaking hands. Inside were dozens of photos, grainy, black and white surveillance images of illegal international shipping manifests. Massive offshore accounts based in non-extradition countries, and fleets of private jets, all directly tied to a mysterious, shadowy shell company called Novatech. Every single illegal document bore the exact same authorized signature, Logan Pierce. Claire's voice trembled violently. What on earth is this? Massive money. Laundering? It's that, Ethan replied grimly. And so much more. It's not just moving dirty money. They were trafficking in highly classified data. Illegal biometric research and advanced military-grade surveillance tech, selling it directly to hostile overseas governments. He wasn't just simply stealing money from his rich investors, Claire. He was actively selling millions of innocent people's entire identities to the highest bidder. Her weak knees almost gave out beneath her. You're saying he's a central part of something incredibly bigger than just corporate fraud. Ethan nodded, his eyes wide with fear. And the incredibly dangerous, powerful people he illegally worked with to do this? They're absolutely still out there, operating. Logan simply going to federal prison doesn't magically stop there. Massive operation. If anything, his sudden arrest officially makes you their absolute biggest target. The terrifying words struck her system like a bolt of lightning. A target? Me. He met her terrified eyes squarely. Those innocent twins of yours. Legally. They are the absolute last remaining legal heirs to his entire vast fortune. The irrevocable trust account he set up before all of this exploded? It's currently valued at hundreds of millions of dirty dollars. If something tragic were to suddenly happen to you, Claire, legal custody of the children, and total control of that massive trust could very easily go to his appointed next of kin. Claire's blood ran ice cold in her veins. Madison, she whispered in horror. No. She'd never go that far. She absolutely would, Ethan cut in aggressively. She is incredibly desperate. Right now. And more importantly, she's absolutely not working alone. Suddenly, a massive, deafening crash echoed loudly from directly outside the warehouse. It was the unmistakable sound of a heavy steel door being violently kicked open. Ethan's sharp eyes instantly snapped toward the dirty, frosted window. We're completely out of time. Before Claire could even speak a word, the hanging warehouse lights flickered violently and died, plunging them into dim shadows. The distinct, terrifying sound of heavy, tactical boots, multiple sets of them, echoed loudly on the concrete, rapidly closing in. Ethan aggressively grabbed the most important files and frantically shoved them into a heavy, black canvas duffel bag. He thrust the bag into her arms. Go out. The back service door. Run. Now. Ethan. What about you? She cried, terrified. I'll buy you a precious minute to escape, he said, already drawing a heavy handgun from his holster and moving tactically toward the front entrance. Get the babies to somewhere incredibly safe. Absolutely do not go back to your home. The sheer, raw urgency in his commanding voice sent a massive wave of pure adrenaline surging violently through her veins. Claire clutched the heavy bag to her chest and ran desperately toward the rusted back exit door. The terrifying echo of heavy combat boots and aggressive foreign shouting was rapidly closing in right behind her, just as she managed to slip out of the door and into the freezing, rain-soaked back alley. A deafening gunshot suddenly cracked the air from inside the warehouse. She completely froze in her tracks, her heart instantly seizing in her chest, the entire wet world violently spinning around her. Ethan, she screamed at the top of her lungs, turning back toward the rusted warehouse door. There was absolutely no answer. There was just the terrifying, rapid echo of heavy footsteps retreating further into the building, and the relentless, pounding rain completely swallowing any other sound. And as Claire frantically fled deeper into the violent storm, desperately clutching the bag of evidence to her chest, she terrifyingly realized this. Nightmare was absolutely not over. Logan's pathetic tech empire may have officially fallen, but its massive, deadly shadow was still very much alive, and she was now standing directly in its sniper crosshairs. The relentless freezing rain absolutely hadn't stopped pouring for 2 agonizing days. It fell heavily and thick, relentless sheets that completely blurred the entire city into a depressing, monotonous gray. It washed the dirty streets clean, but it left Claire's racing heart unbearably heavy with a profound, suffocating dread. She literally hadn't slept a single minute since escaping the warehouse. Ethan was completely gone, seemingly vanished into thin air immediately after that terrifying gunshot, and every single agonizing hour that passed without a word from him felt exactly like a deep, physical wound that stubbornly refused to close. She had frantically hidden herself and the newborn twins in a very small, highly discreet safe house that Ethan had once briefly mentioned in passing. It was a completely unlisted, off-the-books apartment situated directly above a permanently closed bakery deep in Queens. The stale air inside smelled faintly of ancient flour and trapped dust, and the constant, rhythmic sound of elevated subway trains passing in the distance thankfully gave her just enough ambient noise to temporarily drown out her paralyzing fear. Her cell phone lay completely silent on the scratched wooden table beside her. Every single time it randomly buzzed with a spam notification, she violently jumped in her chair, absolutely terrified it would be the police calling to tell her Ethan was dead, or infinitely worse, someone sinister actively pretending to be the police. The absolute only thing miraculously keeping her from breaking down completely into a million pieces was the presence of the twins, Noah and Liam, who were only a few fragile weeks old, slept peacefully beside her in a makeshift crib. She had desperately cobbled together from an old plastic laundry basket and a pile of soft, clean blankets, simply watching their tiny chests slowly rise and fall gave her a profound, unexplainable strength. "I'll keep you both safe," she whispered fiercely to them in the dark room, even when she honestly wasn't entirely sure she could keep that impossible promise. Later that dreary afternoon, completely unable to just sit and wait anymore, she finally unzipped the heavy black duffel bag Ethan had frantically handed her. Right before everything went to hell. Inside were the exact same thick folders, an external hard drive she had seen at the warehouse. But looking closer, she noticed something entirely new. There was a very small, discreet black flash drive heavily taped to the inner fabric lining of the bag, simply labeled in Ethan's handwriting, "Raw evidence. Highly confidential." Her hands shaking violently, she pulled her laptop from her bag and plugged it directly into the USB port. A massive, heavily encrypted folder immediately appeared on the screen. Inside the directory were hundreds of surveillance videos, highly encrypted financial files, and a master document ominously titled Novatech Partners. She clicked on it, holding her breath, and completely froze. There were names. Dozens and dozens of extremely high-profile names. Powerful politicians, billionaire foreign investors, even a highly respected sitting federal judge. They were all directly tied to massive, illegal offshore accounts, operating completely under the umbrella of Logan's old shell company. And right at the very top of the executive list was a sickeningly familiar name. Madison Cole. A violent chill aggressively crawled all the way down her spine. Madison hadn't just personally betrayed her by sleeping with her husband. She had been a central, active part of Logan's massive, international criminal network all along. The mistress, the co-conspirator, the ultimate survivor. Claire's blood literally boiled with pure rage. She desperately wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, to immediately call the press and tell the entire world the absolute truth. But a sudden, terrifying sound completely stopped her dead in her tracks. Footsteps. Very slow, incredibly deliberate. Heavy footsteps were slowly coming up the creaky back wooden stairs of the apartment. Her heart violently slammed against her ribs like a trapped bird. She instantly grabbed her cell phone, ready to dial 911, and whispered, "Stay quiet," to the sleeping babies. The flimsy apartment door slowly creaked open. "Claire," a voice called out incredibly softly into the dark room. "It's me. It's Ethan." She ran across the room to him before her brain could even stop herself. He looked absolutely terrible. He was completely pale, utterly exhausted, and his left arm was heavily bandaged in bloody gauze. There was a large amount of dried, dark blood on his torn shirt, but his sharp eyes were still incredibly focused and alert. "You're actually alive," she breathed, tears of sheer relief flooding her eyes. "Barely," he said grimly. quickly shutting and locking the heavy door behind him. They absolutely knew we were at the warehouse. Someone on the inside intentionally tipped them off to our location. "Who?" she demanded. He hesitated for a long moment, then slowly pulled a folded, glossy piece of paper from his bloody jacket pocket. It was a surveillance photo, somewhat grainy, but undeniably clear enough to make her gasp out loud in horror. It clearly showed Madison, dressed in designer clothes, stepping confidently out of a black armored car, warmly shaking hands with a massive, terrifying-looking man Claire absolutely didn't recognize. "Who on earth is he?" she asked, her voice trembling. "His name is Leonid Voss," Ethan said darkly. "He is a ruthless Russian investor, and he is one of the original founding partners of the Novatech Shadow Network. He's currently in New York City, aggressively cleaning up what's left of Logan's massive mess, and Madison is officially working directly for him now." Claire stared deeply at the horrifying photo, the ultimate truth slicing through her naive worldview like jagged glass. "So, this entire nightmare isn't over yet?" "Not even close," Ethan said, his expression incredibly grim. "Voss desperately wants that specific flash drive you're currently holding, the one that directly links him to the entire illegal network. If he successfully gets it back from us, all of this public outrage disappears instantly, and so do we." She swallowed hard, her jaw setting in absolute determination. "Then we make absolutely sure it never, ever disappears." Ethan looked at her, genuinely surprised by her sudden ferocity. "Claire, this really isn't your personal fight anymore. You have the newborn twins to worry about. You need to run." "It's exactly my fight," she interrupted him fiercely. "He completely destroyed my entire life. Ethan, Madison actively helped him do it. And now these monsters are actively coming after my innocent children. You honestly think I'll just tuck my tail and run away again?" He studied her fierce expression for a very long, silent moment, then nodded, very slowly. "All right. Then we stay, and we fight them. But we fight incredibly smart." "How exactly do we do that?" "We leak absolutely everything on this drive," he said. "And not just to the corrupt mainstream press. We leak it to absolutely everyone on Earth. Thousands of emails, encrypted financial files, social media platforms, WikiLeaks. We aggressively drown them in the absolute truth before they can physically silence us." Claire met his intense eyes, all of her previous fear completely burning away into pure, unstoppable determination. "Then let's permanently end this." Outside the tiny apartment window, a massive clap of thunder rolled aggressively over the dark city like a final warning from the gods. And as Ethan sat down and began rapidly connecting the hard drives to the secure servers, Claire stood firmly beside him. She was absolutely no longer the pathetic, heartbroken woman who had been left behind. She was the incredibly dangerous woman who was about to single-handedly bring down a global empire. The city of New York absolutely didn't sleep that fateful night, and neither did Claire. The small, dusty apartment glowed eerily with the pale blue light of multiple computer screens, the loud, aggressive hum of the cooling fans filling the tense silence of the room. Ethan sat hunched at the table, his uninjured hand typing absolutely furiously across the keyboard, executing complex routing protocols, while Claire paced aggressively behind him like a caged tiger. The massive duffel bag of classified evidence was completely emptied across the entire floor. Thousands of printed papers, physical flash drives, and damning photographs were all meticulously organized into neat, highly damning piles. "This is it," Ethan said incredibly quietly, his finger hovering over the enter key. "Once I hit send on this program, there is absolutely no going back to a normal life. We will instantly become massive global targets, not just from boss's assassins, but from absolutely everyone with money he currently owns." Claire stood firmly beside him, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. "We've actively been walking targets since the exact moment Logan proudly walked into my life. I am completely done hiding from these people." He slowly looked up at her, this incredible woman who had miraculously survived unimaginable betrayal, profound loss, and near death. And for a fleeting, beautiful moment, he clearly saw something entirely unbreakable shining brightly in her dark eyes. "Then we burn it all down to the ground," he said firmly. He pressed the enter key. The massive digital files immediately began to upload to the servers. Thousands upon thousands of highly classified documents, internal emails, and illegal defense contracts were rapidly copied across heavily encrypted global servers, shared instantly through massive, anonymous whistleblower networks, and blasted out via secure email drops to every single major media outlet on the entire planet. The green progress bar filled up incredibly slowly, pixel by agonizing pixel. It was the quiet, digital countdown to an all-out global war. By early dawn, the entire world began to violently wake up to absolute chaos. Millions of cell phones buzzed simultaneously. Panicked reporters literally shouted over each other on morning broadcasts. Television screens everywhere were completely filled with massive, red breaking news headlines that spread significantly faster than a California wildfire. Global corruption ring fully exposed. Dozens of elite political and corporate leaders under federal investigation. And then, the headline she had waited for. The Novatech scandal, the brave widow who brought down the empire. Claire stood by the dirty window and watched from above as the massive city below her literally erupted into activity. Her name was currently the #1 trending topic online globally. Her face was splashed prominently across every single major news network. The exact same fickle world that had once collectively pitted her as the sad, abandoned pregnant wife now looked up at her in absolute awe. She was officially the incredibly dangerous woman who had successfully exposed a billion-dollar global shadow empire. Ethan slowly turned on the small apartment TV. the veteran news anchor's voice, physically trembled with genuine disbelief as they solemnly read the leaked list of high-profile names. Logan Pierce, Madison Cole, Leonid Voss, and dozens of other previously untouchable elites. Claire exhaled a massive, shuddering breath, her hands physically trembling with the adrenaline. It's really out there. Ethan nodded in exhaustion. It's out, and it absolutely cannot ever be taken back down. For a very brief, incredibly fragile moment, she actually felt entirely free. Then, the burner phone on the table suddenly rang loudly. She hesitantly picked it up, fully expecting it to be an aggressive reporter who had somehow found their number, but she completely froze when she heard the voice on the other end of the line. It was incredibly low, perfectly controlled, and terrifyingly icy. "Claire Bennett," Madison said smoothly. Claire's grip violently tightened on the plastic phone. "You should be rotting in federal prison right now." A very small, condescending laugh crackled through the terrible connection. "You really honestly think this all just ends with a few leaked emails and some flashy headlines? You have absolutely no earthly idea who you just publicly exposed to the feds." "Then enlighten me," Claire shot back fearlessly. Madison's tone instantly turned razor-sharp and deadly. "You naively think you're some kind of brave hero, but you're nothing but a pathetic pawn on a board you don't understand. Voss absolutely does not forgive people who cross him. You didn't just financially ruin him today. You violently ruined people with the kind of global power you can't even begin to imagine. You actually think you and your little disgraced lawyer can somehow hide those babies from us forever?" The line instantly went dead with a click. Claire's blood completely turned to solid ice. She slowly looked over at Ethan in sheer terror. "They're actively coming for us right now." He didn't hesitate for a single second. "Pack whatever you can carry. We are moving right now." Within mere minutes, the tiny apartment was completely stripped bare of any evidence they had been there. Ethan grabbed the heavy encrypted drives and his weapon. Claire carefully bundled the sleeping twins against her chest. And together, they slipped silently out the back wooden stairs, disappearing into the thick, freezing pre-dawn fog. They drove aggressively north on the highway, desperate to leave the chaotic city far behind them. Claire held Noah and Liam incredibly close, her racing mind violently spinning with Madison's terrifying spoken words. Every single time she closed her exhausted eyes, she vividly saw Logan's arrogant smirk, Madison's ultimate betrayal, and Ethan's quiet, unrelenting determination to save her. "Where exactly will we go?" she asked quietly over the roar of the engine. Ethan kept his sharp eyes glued to the dark road ahead. "Somewhere they absolutely won't ever expect to look. I intimately know some very dangerous people out there. People who deeply hate Voss just as much as we do." The unmarked car wound aggressively through tiny, winding back roads and completely empty rural highways. Outside the window, The morning sun rose. Incredibly slowly, beautifully painting the gray sky in violent shades of fire. Claire watched the bright horizon, utter physical exhaustion violently pressing down on her shoulders. But deeply beneath it was something infinitely stronger. Absolute defiance. She turned to look at Ethan's profile. You know exactly what's coming next, don't you? He nodded grimly. A massive storm. Claire looked back down at the sleeping twins, their tiny, innocent faces looking so perfectly peaceful in the golden morning light. Then we meet it head-on, she said incredibly quietly but firmly. Because I've already survived. Significantly worse. And as their speeding car completely disappeared into the rising dawn, the glamorous world Claire once knew completely burned to the ground behind them. But, for the very first time in her entire life, she absolutely wasn't running away from the raging fire. She was fearlessly walking directly through it. The isolated cabin sat incredibly deep in the remote Catskill Mountains, completely surrounded by a heavy, ancient silence so thick it almost physically pressed against the glass windows. Claire hadn't managed to sleep a single wink since the terrifying drive from Queens. Every tiny ambient sound, the settling creak of the old wood floorboards, the eerie whisper of the winter wind howling through the massive pine trees, felt exactly like a deadly warning. Ethan confidently assured her that they were completely safe hiding here. But the word safety had rapidly become a concept she absolutely no longer trusted. He'd somehow managed to secure the remote cabin through a highly secretive old contact, a former federal intelligence analyst who owed him a massive, life-saving favor. There was absolutely no cell phone signal up here. No internet access. And absolutely no traceable digital link to the modern world. They had just violently exposed to the feds. We'll just lay extremely low here for a while, Ethan said, his voice remaining incredibly calm, though his bloodshot eyes clearly betrayed his immense, bone-deep exhaustion. The federal agencies are currently aggressively cleaning up the massive mess we caused. Voss is a businessman. He absolutely won't risk making a violent move out in the open until the media spotlight finally fades. Claire simply nodded, though her primal maternal instincts violently told her otherwise. Madison personally called me, she reminded him quietly. She explicitly knew exactly where we were before we even moved. That absolutely means someone incredibly close to us actively leaked it to them. Ethan looked up sharply, his posture instantly rigid. Did she say anything else? To you on the phone? She specifically said that we've deeply angered people we don't even know exist, Claire whispered, clutching her coffee mug. She said that they'll actively come for the twins. His rugged expression hardened into unyielding stone. Then we make absolutely sure they don't. Over the next few tense days, Ethan completely transformed the rustic mountain cabin into an impenetrable, military-grade fortress. He heavily reinforced the locks on every door, discreetly installed motion sensor hidden cameras in the trees, and wired a massive backup generator for power. Claire silently watched, him move with incredible, lethal precision. He was always on high alert, his eyes always aggressively scanning the trailing perimeter. It vividly reminded her of exactly how much he'd already sacrificed of his own life just to protect hers. He absolutely wasn't just a corporate lawyer anymore. He was a deeply traumatized man, heavily haunted by what he'd already lost, and violently determined not to ever lose again. Meanwhile, Claire meticulously took care of the babies. The newborn twins were her absolute anchor to reality, her only reason to keep breathing through the panic. Noah was incredibly calm and highly observant. His dark, innocent eyes constantly following her every single movement around the small room. Liam, on the other hand, possessed her late husband's stubborn, fiery spirit, the bitter irony of which was absolutely not lost on her. Sometimes, when she sat in the rocking chair and held them close to her chest, she could almost briefly forget the terrifying danger rapidly closing in on them. Almost. On the fourth freezing night in the mountains, their fragile peace violently shattered. It began incredibly subtly, with just the very faint, low hum of an approaching car engine echoing off the mountainside. Claire completely froze mid-step in the kitchen, her shaking hand still clutching a warm baby bottle. Ethan was crouched by the front window in mere seconds, his expression incredibly tight. "There are absolutely no headlights," he muttered, peering through the blinds. "They're actively coming up the hidden backlogging road." Her heart violently thudded against her ribs. "Who is it? Is it Voss?" He didn't answer her. He immediately reached into the kitchen drawer and pulled out a heavy, loaded handgun, quickly checking the chamber with practiced ease. "Ethan, take the twins down to the hidden cellar immediately. Do not make a single sound." Claire desperately grabbed the two sleeping babies from their crib and fled frantically toward the heavy wooden trap door hidden securely beneath the living room rug. Her hands trembled violently as she slowly lowered herself down the steep wooden ladder into the narrow, dark, dirt-floored space, quickly pulling the heavy wooden panel closed directly above her head. She could clearly hear the faint, terrifying sound of tactical footsteps outside the cabin, heavy combat boots aggressively crunching on the loose gravel driveway. Then came the harsh voices, deeply male, incredibly cold, speaking in thick, foreign accents. "Check the entire perimeter," one of them commanded sharply. The heavy front door suddenly creaked open violently. Heavy, wet footsteps echoed loudly on the wooden floorboards directly overhead. Claire clutched her innocent children tightly to her chest in the dark, every single muscle in her body rigidly locked in pure terror. A sudden, massive crash violently shattered the silence above. Then came another. It was the terrifying, undeniable sound of a brutal, hand-to-hand, physical struggle. Men were aggressively shouting in Russian. Then, the deafening bang of a gunshot echoed through the floorboards. Her breath violently hitched in her throat. "Ethan." She desperately pressed a trembling hand tightly over her own mouth to keep from crying out loud. Miraculously, the twins merely stirred slightly in her arms but didn't cry out, as if they somehow instinctively understood the absolute life or death gravity of the terrifying silence around them. Agonizing minutes slowly crawled by like hours in the pitch-black cellar. Then, slow, heavy footsteps started moving again, stepping much closer this time. Someone roughly kicked the heavy rug off the floor directly above her hiding place. The wooden trap-door panel loudly creaked open. A blindingly bright beam of tactical flashlight instantly cut through the absolute darkness, completely blinding her. She braced for a bullet. But then, a deeply familiar, out-of-breath voice whispered down, "It's me." Ethan desperately reached his good arm down into the hole. Fresh, bright red. Blood was smeared heavily across his torn sleeve, and his eyes were wild with pure adrenaline. "We have to leave right now." Claire frantically climbed up the ladder, desperately clutching the babies to her chest, her weak legs shaking uncontrollably. The small cabin behind them was completely, violently wrecked. The windows were entirely shattered. The heavy furniture was violently overturned and splintered. Two massive, armed men lay, completely unconscious, bleeding heavily near the broken front door. "What on earth happened?" she gasped, horrified by the carnage. Ethan gritted his teeth in pain, holstering his weapon. They absolutely weren't Voss's private men, Claire. They were federal agents. "Federal?" she whispered in complete shock, her mind reeling. But why? Would the feds attack us? Because someone highly connected made it look exactly like we're the dangerous criminals now. The horrifying realization hit her system like a violent physical slap to the face. They'd been completely, masterfully framed by the network. And as Ethan quickly led her out into the absolute darkness of the freezing forest, with multiple police sirens echoing faintly in the far distance, Claire suddenly understood that this horrifying ordeal wasn't just about basic survival anymore. It was an all-out global war, and she had absolutely no idea who the true enemy truly was. The massive, freezing pine forest completely swallowed them whole. Thick, frozen branches cracked loudly beneath their rushing feet as Claire and Ethan aggressively stumbled blindly through the absolute darkness. The tiny twins were pressed tightly against her chest in a double carrier. Her panicked breath came out in short, ragged, freezing bursts. The bitter winter cold bit violently through her thin coat, but sheer, unadulterated fear kept her blood running hot. Somewhere far behind them down the mountain, heavy car engines roared aggressively to life, and men shouted orders into radios, a distant, but completely relentless, coordinated pursuit. "They're actively framing us," Claire whispered breathlessly, clutching Noah and Liam even tighter to her body as they ran. How is that even logically possible? We're the exact ones who blew the whistle and exposed them to the world. Ethan moved incredibly swiftly beside her, occasionally letting his narrow flashlight beams slice quickly through the thick mountain mist to guide their path. That is exactly why Claire Voss has endless dark money and incredibly deep political connections. The exact moment those classified files went completely public, he immediately blamed us. He publicly claimed that we illegally forged absolutely everything to ruin him. The feds honestly think we intentionally leaked false, manipulated intel to illegally manipulate the global stock market. She stared at him as they ran, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of the lie. And the government actually believed that insane story? He gave a harsh, incredibly bitter laugh that puffed in the freezing air. In their corrupt world, Claire, billions of dollars talk significantly louder than the actual truth ever will. They finally reached a small, hidden clearing deep in the woods where an incredibly old, rusted logging shed stood half-collapsed under decades of decay and overgrowth. Ethan forcefully pushed the rotting wooden door open, quickly, motioning her inside the dark space. De oppressives me lev dump. Rotting wood. An ancient rust instantly filled the air. We'll rest here for a minute, he said incredibly quietly, sweeping the room with his flashlight. They absolutely won't search this deep into the dense woods until the morning light. Claire immediately sank heavily to the dirt ground, her entire body physically trembling with sheer exhaustion and adrenaline crash. The twins whimpered very softly for a moment before thankfully drifting right back to sleep in her warmth. Ethan crouched defensively by the open doorway, peering intently out into the dark night, his gun drawn. His shirt was violently torn and fresh. Blood was slowly drying along a deep gash on his arm. You're badly hurt, she said softly, noticing the blood. I've survived significantly worse, Ethan replied dismissively without turning around. She hesitated for a long moment, watching his tense shoulders, then finally forced the burning words out into the quiet. Why exactly are you doing all of this? You easily could have just walked away after the crash. You really didn't have to protect me like this. He slowly turned his head to look at her, his rugged face half-shadowed by the moonlight filtering through the broken roof. Because I absolutely couldn't protect my own family, he said simply, his voice breaking. I lost them all. Because of Logan. Claire froze completely. What exactly do you mean by that? Ethan's voice dropped, becoming incredibly rough and low with ancient grief. Logan didn't just casually steal my tech company, Claire. He maliciously stole my entire life. My beautiful wife, Rachel. She was 6 months pregnant when he brilliantly framed me for massive federal fraud. She left me in the middle of the night, fully thinking I was a dirty criminal. She tragically died in a horrific car crash in the rain before I could ever gather the proof to clear my own name. The devastating confession hit Claire like a massive tidal wave. She covered her mouth in absolute shock, hot tears violently burning her eyes. Oh my God. Ethan. I absolutely didn't know. He looked away, staring back out into the dark trees. That is exactly why I stepped in and helped you on the street that night. You were literally living through my exact same nightmare. But you miraculously did what I absolutely couldn't do back then. You stood up and fought back. The freezing air between them grew incredibly heavy, deeply filled with shared, profound grief and something significantly deeper. Something entirely unspoken, but undeniably powerful. For a very long, charged moment, neither of them spoke a word. Then, Ethan's stolen tactical radio suddenly crackled faintly in his coat pocket. A burst of static was followed by a crisp, authoritative voice. Target is actively moving north through Grid 4. High command orders are to violently capture the woman alive. Ethan's dark eyes hardened into lethal steel. They're rapidly closing in on our position. Claire stood up immediately, an overwhelming wave of determination violently, slicing entirely through her previous fear. Then we officially stop running. Away from them. He frowned deeply, confused. What exactly are you talking about? She bent down and aggressively grabbed the heavy duffel bag, the specific one, containing the absolute last, heavily encrypted master drive. This is the raw, unedited proof that they absolutely can't bury with PR spin. If we can somehow physically get it connected to the media's secure, encrypted broadcast network directly, every single intelligence agency in the country will instantly see the absolute truth at the exact same time. No political spin. No corporate control. That's incredibly risky. Claire, he warned. It's a suicide mission. It's the absolute only way to end this, she said fiercely. He hesitated for a long, agonizing second, studying her fierce eyes. Then, finally nodded. There's an abandoned industrial train depot exactly 20 miles south of here. A defunct freight line runs directly back into the city limits. We can actively use their old mainframe to upload the files from a hardwired terminal. They waited in silence for the very first light of dawn before aggressively moving again. Thick, icy mist clung heavily to the forest floor. The ancient trees glowing a ghostly silver in the first morning light. As they walked quickly, Claire's mind violently churned with memories. Flashbacks of Madison's arrogant voice on the phone. Logan's cruel smirk in the office. Voss's invisible, bloody hand actively orchestrating absolutely everything. She was completely, utterly done being their helpless pawn. Halfway through the grueling, freezing trek, they suddenly heard it. The distinct, high-pitched mechanical whir of an approaching surveillance drone. Ethan swore violently under his breath, aggressively pulling her down behind a massive granite rock outcropping. They finally found our heat signatures, he hissed. Heavy caliber bullets instantly tore violently through the trees directly above them, aggressively splintering the ancient bark into deadly shrapnel. Claire desperately shielded the sleeping babies with her entire body, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs. Ethan smoothly stood up and fired his weapon. Rapidly back into the sky, expertly hitting the drone's rotor and sending it violently spiraling down into the dirt in a ball of sparks. Thick black smoke curled into the cold air. "Go," he shouted. They ran again, significantly faster this time, ignoring the burning in their lungs, until they finally reached the high ridge overlooking the sweeping valley. Directly below them, the massive, abandoned train yard stretched out like a steel maze, the rusted tracks glinting brightly in the morning sun. "We're incredibly close," Ethan said, breathing heavily. "Just one last, massive push." Claire glanced over at him, completely breathless but resolute. "After we do this, it all finally ends, right?" He met her eyes, a look of profound, tragic acceptance in his gaze. "One way or another, Claire." "Yes." And as they aggressively descended the steep hill toward the rusted steel tracks, Claire knew in her bones she was officially stepping into the absolute final chapter of this nightmare, the explosive climax where every single dark secret would finally surface, every single lie would violently burn, and the absolute truth would finally demand its bloody price. The massive, abandoned train yard was a terrifying, sprawling graveyard of rusted metal and eerie silence. Ancient, decaying freight cars stretched endlessly across the cracked, weed-choked earth like the forgotten relics of another era. Their massive metal sides were heavily tattooed with colorful gang graffiti and riddled with ancient, rusted bullet holes. The pale morning light bled slowly through the thick fog rolling off the river, painting absolutely everything in depressing shades of gray. Claire violently tightened the heavy nylon strap of the double baby carrier securely across her chest, intimately feeling little Noah's incredibly faint, rapid heartbeat pressed directly against her own. Liam slept somewhat fitfully, on her back in a soft sling. Every single step she took forward felt incredibly heavy, but her internal resolve was significantly harder than the rusted steel tracks beneath her boots. Ethan confidently led the way through the maze of trains, his heavy gun drawn and ready, his sharp eyes constantly scanning the foggy horizon for movement. The main dispatch terminal inside should absolutely still have emergency analog power, he said quietly over his shoulder. "It's an incredibly old system, but it's more than enough to establish a secure, hardwired connection. Once we're logged in, we'll aggressively upload absolutely everything on the drive." Claire nodded silently, gripping the heavy duffel bag that had rapidly become their absolute only lifeline. "How long exactly will the upload take?" "About 2 agonizing minutes," he said grimly. Then, after a heavy beat, he added, "If we're incredibly lucky." They slipped silently through a broken chain-link fence and into the main terminal building. It was a massive, hollow concrete structure completely filled with broken glass, rusted machinery, and spooky echoes. The pale sunlight filtered weakly through the shattered skylights above, illuminating thick dust particles floating in the stale air like falling stars. Ethan quickly located a working, analog computer console near the back wall. Its ancient green screen flickering weakly to life as he hit the power switch. "This is exactly it," he said, pulling up a command prompt. "Once I officially start the massive data transfer, there is absolutely no stopping it from completing." "Then do it," Claire said firmly, slamming the heavy bag down onto the metal table. Her voice didn't waver for a second, but deep inside, her heart was violently pounding against her ribs. Ethan quickly inserted the final master USB drive. Thousands of lines of complex green code instantly began racing frantically across the dark screen. "It's actively uploading to the network," he murmured, his fingers flying across the keys. "It's a highly encrypted, multi-layered data stream. Absolutely no one can remotely intercept it or shut it down now." For a very brief, terrifying moment, there was absolutely nothing but the loud sound of the computer's cooling fan whirring, and the faint, electrical hum of power. Claire finally dared to take a deep breath. But then, the terminal lights suddenly flickered violently. "What's happening?" she asked, panic rising. Ethan's face instantly went completely pale. "They're already here." A massive, armored black SUV roared violently into the gravel yard outside, its heavy tires aggressively screeching to a halt right in front of the building. A dozen heavily armed men dressed in full tactical combat gear immediately poured out, automatic rifles raised. Claire ducked instinctively as a hail of heavy bullets violently shattered the remaining glass windows, showering them in sharp debris. "Keep the terminal running," Ethan shouted over the deafening gunfire, aggressively returning accurate fire through the broken window. "It's almost done." More glass exploded violently directly above them. Claire desperately covered the sleeping twins entirely with her body on the dirty floor, her racing pulse thundering so loudly in her ears it drowned out the gunfire. "Ethan, hurry." 70%, he yelled back, checking the screen. He fired 3 times, successfully taking down one of the advancing gunmen in the yard. The remaining mercenaries began to spread out tactically, aggressively circling the perimeter of the building to flank them. The entire air inside the room smelled strongly of choking smoke and burning gunpowder. 85%. Suddenly, a high-caliber sniper bullet ripped violently straight through the concrete wall and struck Ethan's right shoulder, violently spinning him backward. He fell incredibly hard onto the concrete floor, his good hand instantly pressed tightly against the massive, bleeding wound. Dark, arterial blood rapidly bloomed across his torn shirt. "Ethan!" Claire cried out in absolute horror, scrambling toward him. "I'm perfectly fine," he gritted out through unimaginable agony, pushing himself up against the wall. "Stay down on the floor." She desperately crawled over to him on her stomach, reaching a shaking hand up for the computer keyboard. "Tell me exactly what I need to do." He pointed weakly toward the glowing green screen, his voice incredibly strained. and weak. When the status bar finally hits exactly 100%, violently pull the hardwire cable out of the wall. That will instantly trigger the dead man switch and broadcast the feed globally. 95%. 96, she counted out loud, tears streaming down her face. 97. A live fragmentation grenade suddenly clattered loudly across the floor, tossed straight through the open doorway. Ethan lunged desperately forward through the pain, aggressively grabbing the explosive device and heroically hurling it right back out the door just a split second before it violently exploded in the yard. The massive blast violently shook the concrete walls of the terminal, showering them in dust. 98. 99. The glowing progress bar finally turned bright green. Upload complete. Pull it now, he shouted. Claire violently yanked the thick Ethernet cable straight out of the machine. The green screen flashed brightly. Data successfully distributed. Global feed active. It was officially done. The absolute truth was out there permanently. Ethan sagged heavily against the concrete wall, his rugged face incredibly pale from blood loss, but he was smiling faintly. You actually did it. She grabbed his uninjured arm, desperate to help him up. We have to go right now. Get up. But right before they could even move an inch, a sleek figure confidently stepped through the thick, gray smoke lingering in the doorway. It was Madison Cole. Her signature blonde hair was tied back tightly. Her incredibly expensive designer coat, heavily marred with black soot and ash, held firmly in her manicured hand was a silenced black pistol. Well, Madison said incredibly coldly, stepping into the room. You really, truly did it this time, Claire. Claire's blood ran entirely cold at the sight of her former friend. You're entirely too late, Madison. It's already uploaded. Madison smirked, a wicked, terrifying expression. Maybe so, but I really only need one thing left to make this all worthwhile. You dead. She slowly raised the heavy gun, expertly aiming it straight at Claire's chest, right where Noah was strapped. Before Claire's brain could even register the threat to react, Ethan heroically threw his entire bleeding body directly in front of her. Madison's gun fired. The suppressed sound was still deafening in the small room. Ethan violently staggered backward, a massive bloom of fresh, dark blood rapidly blossoming directly beneath his ribs. He fell heavily into Claire's arms, gasping violently for air. Madison's beautiful face instantly twisted into an ugly mask of rage, shock, and then absolute, primal fear as the overwhelming sound of dozens of police sirens suddenly grew incredibly loud in the distance. Dozens of heavily armored federal vehicles stormed aggressively into the train yard, bright blue and red lights flashing wildly through the thick smoke. Madison frantically turned to run away, but it was far too late. Heavily armed federal agents completely swarmed her, violently dragging her down to the gravel and slapping heavy cuffs on her wrists. Claire desperately cradled Ethan's bleeding head in her lap, hot tears spilling uncontrollably down her dirty cheeks. "Hold on, Ethan. Please, just hold on. The ambulance is here." He smiled incredibly weakly, blood staining his teeth. "You're finally free now." "Claire." "No," she whispered fiercely, pressing her hands against his chest. "Not without you. We did this together." His trembling, bloody hand reached up and brushed gently against her tear-stained cheek. "Raise them well, Claire. Please. Make absolutely sure they know that their biological father absolutely wasn't the only man in this world who ever truly loved you." And with those incredibly profound, final words, his hand fell completely still onto the cold concrete as the deafening sirens wailed relentlessly around them, and the beautiful morning dawn finally broke brightly through the ruins of the building. Claire looked down in absolute devastation at the brave man who had literally saved her life. She realized, with a breaking heart, that bringing the absolute truth to the light had finally demanded its last, and its absolute greatest price. True love. The very next morning dawned incredibly quiet, far too quiet for a massive city that had just violently witnessed the historic, catastrophic fall of global corporate giants. Claire sat numbly on the cold concrete steps of the federal hospital, wrapped tightly in a thin gray emergency blanket. The newborn twins were fast asleep in their double carrier beside her. Her beautiful face was incredibly pale, her dark eyes completely hollowed out from hours of endless crying. The world, actively buzzing around her, was absolutely filled with aggressive news cameras, blaring sirens, and flashing police lights. But she honestly didn't see or hear any of it. Ethan was officially gone. The incredibly brave, selfless man who had literally dragged her out of the flaming wreckage of a car, who had fearlessly stood between her and every single loaded gun aimed her way, now lay completely motionless in a sterile white room exactly 2 floors up, covered permanently under a white sheet. She had officially signed the required medical release papers early that morning. The simple act of signing her name had felt exactly like actively signing away the absolute last remaining piece of her broken heart. The FBI had officially and completely cleared her name of all wrongdoing. The massive global upload had successfully exposed absolutely everything to the authorities. Voss, Madison, the corrupt politicians, the dirty corporate partners, all of them were going to prison. The highly encrypted files had gone completely global overnight, permanently mirrored across thousands of servers in dozens of allied countries. There was absolutely no one doing it now. The entire world had finally seen the absolute, undeniable truth. But that absolute truth had come with an unbearable human cost. A senior federal agent slowly approached her on the steps. He was a tall, incredibly serious man in a dark black overcoat. His tone was noticeably gentle, but strictly professional. "Miss Bennett, we are currently arranging for you to go into federal protective custody Voss's massive network still, unfortunately, has many dangerous, active assets operating overseas. Until things completely settle down, we highly recommend you stay permanently under 24-hour federal supervision. Claire slowly shook her head, her gaze fixed on the horizon. No, I am completely done hiding from the world. The agent hesitated, looking concerned. You've successfully made yourself a massive global target again, ma'am. I've essentially been a target for years, she said incredibly softly but firmly. I'm just absolutely not afraid of them anymore. He carefully studied her determined face for a long, respectful moment, then nodded slowly in understanding and walked away to cancel the detail. Claire looked tenderly down at her sleeping sons, their tiny, innocent faces, looking so serene and completely unknowing of the massive war that had just been fought for their freedom. You'll never actually remember any of this. Nightmare, she whispered softly, gently stroking Noah's warm cheek. But I promise you, you'll always know exactly what it cost to give you this life. Inside the massive hospital, hundreds of eager reporters had gathered, aggressively outside the intensive care ward. The tragic, heroic news of Ethan Rowe's ultimate sacrifice had already spread like wildfire across the networks. They were openly calling him the lawyer who bravely died protecting the absolute truth. People everywhere were hailing him as a national hero. Though Claire deeply doubted he'd have ever actively wanted that grandiose title. He would have absolutely hated all the media attention. When she was finally allowed back inside the secure ward by the police, she walked slowly down the long, quiet hallway to the private viewing room. Looking through the sterile observation glass, she could clearly see the folded American flag resting neatly over the end of his hospital bed. The devastating sight of it completely broke something incredibly deep inside her soul. It didn't break in the loud, violent, shattering way grief usually came, but in a profoundly quiet, aching, permanent silence. She placed her hand flat against the cold glass and whispered, "You promised me that we'd win this war, Ethan. And we did. But you absolutely didn't promise me that you'd stay here with me afterward." Late that same night, she returned to the small safe house in Queens 1. Absolute last time to gather their meager belongings. The heavy black duffel bag still sat resting by the front door, half burned from the train yard explosion, and now half empty. She carefully opened it and dug through the bottom, successfully finding Ethan's small, worn leather notebook, the specific one he always carried in his jacket pocket, completely filled with his neat, precise handwriting. Inside, on the very last page, a single, powerful line was written across the paper. "Truth isn't ever the same thing as peace, Claire. But sometimes, true peace is born directly from those brave enough to finally tell it." Hot tears completely blurred her vision. She slowly closed the leather notebook and pressed it fiercely to her aching chest, promising to never forget him. Many quiet weeks passed. The massive federal investigations deepened. Significantly, high-profile arrests were made all around the entire world. Madison Cole's disgraced face appeared constantly on every single news network. Her pathetic, desperate plea deal legally dissected by every single talking head. On television, Leonid Voss had completely vanished into the wind. But his massive, illegal global empire entirely crumbled to dust without his leadership. Claire absolutely refused every single high-paying interview request from the media. Instead, she chose to focus her entire existence strictly on her children, quietly moving the three of them into a beautiful, quiet, modest home, located right by the crashing ocean. Each and every single morning, she'd take a long, peaceful walk on the sandy beach with the twins safely bundled in her arms. The sharp, freezing salt air, constantly reminding her that she was still miraculously alive, and more importantly, that she was finally free. Sometimes, when the wind blew just right, she'd catch herself quickly turning her head, genuinely thinking she heard Ethan's deep, calming voice calling to her on the breeze. Other times, she'd fall asleep and dream of him peacefully, sitting right beside her on the porch, possessing that exact same calm, unshakable strength in his dark eyes, softly whispering, "You finally made it." One particularly beautiful evening, exactly as the bright sun dipped slowly below the ocean horizon, she stood barefoot on the cool sand, peacefully watching the majestic waves roll in toward the shore. She finally took a massive, incredibly deep breath, the very first full, unburdened breath in what honestly felt like years. "Ethan," she said incredibly softly, looking out toward the endless, glowing horizon. "You were absolutely right. True peace absolutely doesn't come easy in this life. But I miraculously found it anyway." Directly behind her on the path, little Noah stirred happily in his stroller, his tiny, innocent hand reaching up joyfully toward the brilliant orange sky. And exactly as the high incoming tide washed away the very last remaining footprints of her painful past in the sand, Claire finally realized that for the very first time in her life, her story absolutely wasn't about pain or betrayal anymore. It was beautifully about survival, profound redemption, and the incredible, enduring love that lived on long, long after a tragic goodbye. 3 peaceful years later, the entire world knew the name Claire Bennett, but absolutely not as the pathetic woman who'd been cruelly betrayed. She was universally known as the incredibly brave woman who had fearlessly changed absolutely everything. The massive corporate scandal that had once completely destroyed her entire life had miraculously become a mandatory, global academic case study in the power of moral courage and the absolute truth. Every single year, exactly on the anniversary of the massive Novatech server leak, major newspapers internationally reprinted the inspiring story of the brave widow who fought the Shadow Empire. But for Claire, global fame and recognition had absolutely never been the ultimate goal. Her real, true victory was significantly quieter, and infinitely gentler. It was simply watching her two beautiful little boys who possessed her. Dark eyes and Ethan's undeniable, fierce resilience, happily growing up in a safe world that was finally completely free of their biological father's dark, suffocating shadow. Her beautiful new home sat perched safely on a high cliff overlooking the gorgeous, rocky Maine coast, completely surrounded by acres of vibrant, wild flowers and fresh, clean ocean air. The house was relatively modest but incredibly warm, meticulously and lovingly designed entirely by her own artistic hands. It was a sacred place built entirely from profound healing instead of paralyzing fear. The growing twins, Noah and Liam, were nearly 4 years old now. They were absolutely full of endless, joyful energy and constant, ringing laughter. They absolutely didn't remember any of the horrifying chaos or the gunfire that had miraculously brought them here to this safe haven, and she fully intended to keep it exactly that way for the rest of their lives. That specific, bright morning, brilliant, warm sunlight streamed beautifully through the massive, wide windows of the kitchen as Claire happily prepared a large breakfast. The energetic boys raced loudly down the long hallway, their tiny bare feet pounding happily against the polished wood floors. "Mommy, look!" Liam shouted enthusiastically, proudly holding up a colorful crayon drawing for her to see. It was a charmingly messy stick-figure drawing of a smiling woman with long, brown hair, two significantly smaller figures standing happily beside her, and a much taller, protective man standing behind them with a massive, bright red heart drawn right on his chest. Claire smiled incredibly softly, kneeling down to his level. "Who exactly is that, my sweet boy?" "That's you. And us," Liam said incredibly proudly, pointing to the figures. "And that one is Uncle Ethan. He always helps protect us when we're scared of the dark." Her breath violently caught in her throat. The young twins had obviously never actually met Ethan in person. Not really. But sometimes, when the house was incredibly quiet and they were playing in their room, she caught them having full, animated conversations with a man in the light, describing his face and his deep voice absolutely perfectly. She completely refused to question the logic of it. Some profound human bonds, she strongly believed in her soul, simply didn't end with physical death. Immediately after breakfast, she drove the boys into the bustling coastal town for the highly anticipated grand opening of the newly constructed Roe Foundation. 4 single mothers, a massive, incredibly ambitious charitable project she'd spent the entire last 2 years meticulously building and funding, proudly named in Ethan's lasting honor. The beautiful, modern community center stood directly at the very edge of the busy harbor, its massive, floor-to-ceiling glass walls perfectly reflecting the sparkling blue sea. Inside the grand hall, dozens and dozens of women were enthusiastically gathered. Every single one of them was carrying their own incredibly painful story of profound loss. immense strength, and ultimate rebirth. A veteran journalist from the New York Times respectfully approached her near the main speaking podium. "Miss Bennett," he said incredibly gently, his recorder out, "you've officially become a massive, global icon for abused women everywhere. How exactly do you feel standing here today looking at all of this?" Claire looked slowly around the massive, bright room at all the genuinely smiling, safe mothers, the happy children loudly laughing and playing in the corner, and the absolute, undeniable warmth that pulsed vibrantly through the air. "I absolutely don't feel like a global icon," she said incredibly humbly. "I simply feel profoundly grateful because the pain absolutely didn't win in the end. It certainly tried its hardest, but it didn't win." He smiled warmly at her response. "And what exact advice would you say to those women who are still currently trapped in the dark? The ones who are still far too afraid to fight back against their abusers?" Claire paused for a long moment, carefully considering her words. Her voice, incredibly soft but possessing an absolute, unshakable certainty. "I'd explicitly tell them that the absolute truth doesn't ever destroy you. It saves you. Yes, it aggressively burns you. Yes, it violently breaks your heart into a million pieces. But exactly what is left standing afterward? That is exactly who you really, truly are. That is exactly where your absolute, unstoppable power lives." When the beautiful ribbon-cutting ceremony finally ended, thunderous, joyous applause echoed loudly through the massive hall. Claire quietly stepped outside, onto the quiet stone terrace overlooking the vast ocean, to catch her breath. The late afternoon sky had turned a brilliant, glowing golden color, the gentle waves shimmering brightly below like crushed glass. She reached deep into her warm coat pocket and carefully pulled out a very small, worn object, Ethan's old leather notebook. The very last page was still carefully folded over. She opened it and tearfully read his neat, precise handwriting one absolute last time. "Some ultimate truths are absolutely worth dying for, Claire, if they allow others to finally live free." Hot tears welled instantly in her dark eyes, but they absolutely weren't bitter tears of grief anymore. They were tears of profound, hard-won peace, the exact kind of peace she'd honestly thought she'd never, ever feel again in her lifetime. She whispered to the wind, "We finally did it, Ethan. They're completely safe now." The gentle, salty sea breeze swept gracefully across the quiet terrace, gently lifting her dark hair and softly rustling the worn pages of the leather notebook in her hand. And for a very brief, beautiful moment, she practically swore she heard his deep, resonant voice once again, carried perfectly on the sea breeze, incredibly calm, wonderfully steady, and immensely proud. "You kept your promise." Claire smiled brilliantly, closing her eyes and tilting her face up as the warm sun dipped slowly below the gorgeous horizon. Directly behind her, coming from Inside the safety of the hall, Noah and Liam's incredibly loud, joyful laughter rang out, completely pure, completely safe, and entirely unburdened by the past. And exactly as the gentle ocean waves rolled eternally against the rocky shore, Claire Bennett finally, completely understood that her epic story was absolutely never just about seeking petty revenge or basic survival. It was beautifully about profound rebirth, a fiercely protective love that utterly defied death itself, and an incredibly strong woman who bravely turned her deepest, darkest scars into a blindingly bright light for absolutely everyone who came after her. So, that is exactly how our incredible, emotional story finally ends. You're absolutely still here with me, aren't you? If you faithfully stayed with me until this exact moment at the very end of the video, then maybe, just maybe, something profound in Claire's incredible journey has deeply touched a hidden part of your own heart. 2. The specific part of you that intimately knows deep pain, profound loss, and the incredibly long, difficult road to true healing. Her epic story absolutely isn't just about seeking revenge or mere survival. It is beautifully about actively becoming entirely whole again after being completely, violently shattered into a million pieces. You see, the brilliant ancient Stoic philosophers used to wisely say, we suffer significantly more in our own imagination than we ever do in reality. Claire ultimately learned that profound truth the absolute hardest way possible. She learned that true, lasting peace absolutely doesn't ever come from exactly what terrible things happen to us in this world, but it comes entirely from exactly how we bravely choose to rise up from the ashes afterward. As the great Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius once profoundly wrote, the obstacle is the way, and maybe, just maybe, that is the ultimate, powerful message for absolutely all of us listening today. The devastating heartbreak, the cruel betrayal, the massive failure, they absolutely do not permanently define who we are. They actively, brilliantly refine who we are meant to be. So, if this chaotic life has ever broken you down a little bit, please always remember this: you are absolutely not broken beyond repair. You are simply being expertly shaped in the fire into someone infinitely stronger, significantly wiser, and entirely freer. If this incredible story moved your soul today, if it powerfully reminded you of your own undeniable inner strength, please take a quick moment to give this video a massive thumbs up. Share it right now with someone in your life who desperately needs a message of hope today. And please subscribe to our growing channel, because right here, we proudly tell incredible stories that actively heal the soul, one beautiful heart at a time. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.